Members, it's time to report to the chamber. Members, please report to the chamber so we can get started on time.
The House will come to order. Members' today's prayer will be given by Mickey Johnson, pastor of First Christian Church of Hartsville. He is the guest of Representative Parker Moore.
Let us pray. Lord Almighty, we come humbly before you today to give thanks for all these men and women who serve the great state of Alabama, from the governor to the civil servants at the city, county levels, and all forms of state government. We ask for wisdom in their decisions, guidance from your word, and we are thankful for the people of Alabama, the opportunity to live in a state that offers employment and many opportunities to all. May the decisions and actions made here be pleasing to you and a blessing to the people. And let us each person, as they are, a child of God. Let us respect each other and the differences and search out ways to find common ground that will benefit all the people. In closing, Lord, we give thanks for the right to an education, the ability to worship freely, and to live in a state working to create opportunities for all its citizens. Bless these men and women with the faith of believing, the hope of a brighter future, and the love and compassion that you have for all of us. In Jesus Christ's name I pray, and all the people said, Amen.
Members of today's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Jacory Gaddis, a junior at Thompson High School in Alabaster. She is a guest of Representative Pascal and Bedso.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic from which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Speaker, Allman, Baker, Bedsole, Blackshear, Bolton, Boyd, Bracy, Brown, Butler, Carnes, Chestnut, Clark, Klaus, Cole, Collins, Colvin, Crawford, Daniels, Drummond, Dubose, Easterbrook, Ellis, England, Ensler, Estes, Faulkner, Fiddler, Fincher, Fort, Garrett, Gidley, Gavan, Gibbons, Gray, Hall, Hammett, Harbison, Harrison, Hassel, Hill, Hulk, Jones, Hollis, Hulsey, Hurst, Ingram, Jackson, Jones, Keel, Kitchens, Kirkland, Lamb, Lawrence, Lee, Lipscomb, Lomax, Lovern, Marcus, McCampbell, McClammy, Mooney, Moore M, Moore P, Morris, Oliver, Paramore, Pascal, Pettis, Plump, Pringle, Rafferty, Ream, Reynolds, Rigsby, Robbins, Robertson, Rogers, Sellers, Sells, Shaver, Shaw, Shed, Shiree, Simpson, Smith, Sorrells, South, Stahagen, Standridge, Starnes, Stringer, Stubbs, Tillman, Travis, Treadaway, Underwood, Wadsworth, Warren, Whit, Wharton, Wilcox, Wood D, Wood R, Woods, Yarborough.
"75 members have answered roll. Quorum is present. The House is ready to transact business. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request to leave of absence be granted for absent members.
Are there any objections? Here no objections. Absent members are excused. The chair further recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, I have a report.
House of Representatives, your Standing Committee on Rules begs leave to report that it has carefully examined the Journal of the House for the 18th legislative day and finds the same to be correct. Representative Joe Lovern, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 18th legislative day be dispensed with. Mr. Speaker, I move that the reading of the journal at length for the 18th legislative day be dispensed with.
Hearing no objections, the reading of the journal is dispensed with. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Speaker Pro Tem Pringle. for the purpose of making announcements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I have three announcements. Alabama Mountain Lakes Tourist Association is holding a picnic lunch tomorrow morning on the south lawn of the Capitol from 11 to 1:30. School Superintendents of Alabama Legislative Reception is tomorrow night from 5:30 at 534 Adams Avenue. And the Economic and Cultural Office Legislative Reception is tomorrow night from 5 to 7 p.m. in room 200.
Mr. Springer, further recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move that when we adjourn today, we leave the journal open to allow the clerk to complete his paperwork, and that we reconvene on Thursday, May 11th at 9 a.m. Thursday.
All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Motion prevails. Clerk now receive reports from the standing committee and receive those reports throughout the day. The House is now in position to introduce bills and resolutions. Reports from rules on resolutions.
House Joint Resolution number 143 by Representative Cole, mourning the death of Lieutenant Colonel retired Dr. Richard Goodwin. House Joint Resolution number 149 by Representative Pascal, commending Miss Carly Seabrook on earning the 2023 Junior Olympics silver medal in women's small bore rifle under 18 category. House Joint Resolution number 155 by Representative Woods, commending Kent Davenport on obtaining the rank of Eagle Scout in the Boy Scouts of America. Senate Joint Resolution number 56 by Senator Chambliss, mourning the death and celebrating the life of Commissioner W.O. Pace. Senate Joint Resolution number 59 by Senator Butler, commending the Barron Critical Weather Institute and its founder, president, and chief executive officer, Bob Barron.
Move for adoption.
All those in favor of adoption in mass, so say aye. Any opposed? They are adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 142 by Representative Estes, designating a portion of Interstate 22 as the James D. Brown Highway.
Move for adoption.
Representative Moore, do you want to speak now? Okay. Question for the body is adoption. All in favor say aye. It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 144 by Representative Cole, recognizing Memorial Day and honoring the courageous patriots who have fought for the United States of America.
Move for adoption.
Questions move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
House Joint Resolution number 145 by Representative Moore P., supporting the repair and continued maintenance of Wilson Lock on the Tennessee River.
Move for adoption.
That's questions. Adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 6 by Senator Allen, expressing support for offshore oil and natural gas leasing and development.
Move for adoption.
All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution number 58 by Senator Coleman Madison, celebrating the Alabama Delta Days on May 11th, 2023.
Move for adoption.
As questions, adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? It is adopted. Clerk, call the first bill on uncontested regular calendar.
Page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 332 by Representative Boyd, relating to Talladega County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. All those in favor of vote aye. Any opposed will vote no. Clerk on the lock machine. Members should vote. Lock Sheen. Record the vote, 61 ayes, 2 nays. The BR is adopted. Question for the body is final passage of HB 332. All in favor will vote aye. Any opposed, vote no. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote, 23 ayes, 4 nays, 76 abstention. HB 332 has passed.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 409 by Representative Ream relating to Henry County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record votes, 50 ayes, 0 nays, 52 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 409. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 11 ayes, 0 nays. HB 409 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 410 by Representative Hill relating to St. Clair County.
Clerk unlock machine. Record the votes on the BIR. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 42 ayes, 0 nays, 6 abstentions. BR passes. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 410. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 10 ayes, 0 nays. HB 410 has passed.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 411 by Representative Keel relating to Franklin County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 44 ayes, 0 nays, 54 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 411. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 15 ayes, 0 nays. HB 411 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 412 by Representative Colvin relating to Marshall County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 44 ayes, 0 nays, 56 abstentions. The BR has passed. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 412. Clerk will unlock the machine so members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 13 ayes, 0 nays, 80 abstentions. HB 412 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 413 by Representative Sorrells relating to the city of Samson.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR on HB 413. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 45 ayes, 0 nays, 56 abstentions. BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 413. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 12 ayes, 0 nays, 89 abstentions. HB 413 has passed. Clerk call next bill.
On page 64 of the calendar, House Bill number 414 by Representative Oliver relating to Tallapoosa County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes, 40 ayes, 0 nays. The VR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of 414. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays, 94 abstention. HB 414 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 66 of the calendar, House Bill number 415 by Representative Oliver relating to the city of Dadeville.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 43 ayes, 0 nays, 59 abstentions. BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 415. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Okay. Good volume level? Okay, thanks.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays, 89 abstentions. HB 415 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 416 by Representative Underwood relating to the city of Florence.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 47 ayes, 0 nays, 53 abstention. BR has passed. Question for the body's final passage of HB 416. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 11 ayes, 0 nays, 88 abstentions. 419 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 420 by Representative Underwood relating to Colbert County.
Question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 41 ayes, 0 nays, 58 abstentions. BR is passed. Question for the body's final passage of HB 420. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 8 ayes, 0 nays, 94 abstentions. HB 420 has passed. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 65 of the calendar, House Bill number 424 by Representative Bolton relating to Pickens County.
Question for the body's adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 45 ayes, 0 nays, 57 abstentions. BR has passed. Question for the body is final passage of HB 424. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 10 ayes, 0 nays, 91 abstention. HB 424 has passed. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson for a moment of personal privilege. Representative Faulkner.
Speaker, members, I would ask I have a timely resolution, so I'd ask for suspension of the rules to bring up this time-sensitive resolution.
All those in favor say aye. Rules are suspended.
Members, I have a resolution that commending the tennis teams in my district for winning the state title and needed to present that to them tomorrow night. So that's why I was bringing this before the body.
Clerk will see the resolution.
Two of them.
Resolution from Representative Faulkner.
Two of them. Two separate ones.
Those private schools.
No, public. Sir? Don't want to. No, gosh, no.
So that's question for the body is adopting the resolution. You heard the explanation. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolutions have been adopted.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Have a resolution.
Clerk will see the resolution.
House Resolution number 166 by the Rules Committee, the special order calendar.
Chairman Lovern, you're recognized.
Move for adoption.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Here we go again, Mr. Rule Chair. Mr. Speaker, according to some rules of order, I would like to request that the chairman of the rules give me a brief synopsis of every bill on the calendar. It's in order. I've taken several rules. I want the Speaker of the House, I'm asking the rule chair to give me a brief synopsis of every bill he put on the calendar. Or I had somebody from the committee doing one. Every bill, I got a right to do that. You can take the rule. I want him to give me a brief synopsis of every bill on the calendar.
Yeah.
I got an hour, he got an hour to do it. So I'll take everything out on that. I put it, that's wrong rules of order, that's in the rules. I know, hey, I know, I'll take everything out already. So the House understand what I'm doing now. Y'all listen, y'all, a moment of learning. I'm requesting that the chairman of rules give a brief synopsis of every bill on the calendar.
Okay.
Senate Bill number 222 with substitute relating to the legislature's powers and duties of Legislative Council, Contract Review Committee, and Code Commissioner revised. Date legislature convenes during first year of regular session revised. Senate Bill number 204 relating to the legislature, codification of certain regular and special session acts, and Code Commissioner technical revisions into the Code of Alabama. Senate Bill number 27 with substitute relating to agricultural authorities established in counties for agricultural facilities, Board of Directors, emeritus members provided for. House Bill number 348 with substitute relating to the Uniform Commercial Code, Amendments 2022 adopted. House Bill 378 with substitute relating to environmental protection, brownfields to further provide for the voluntary cleanup program. Senate Bill number 228 relating to residential real estate, wholesale buyers required to make disclosures to sellers, unfair service agreements to list single-family homes prohibited, civil and criminal penalties. House Bill number 253 with substitute relating to taxation, increase the amount of tax credits the Alabama Historical Commission may reserve each year, and provided for additional rehabilitation credit allocations. Senate Bill number 183 relating to labor and employment, motor carriers and drivers, exclude safety improvement requirements for drivers from employee or independent contractor determination. House Bill number 122 related to discrimination and civil protections, disabled persons, organ transplants. House Bill number 136 related to the courts to further provide for expense allowances and mileage for jurors. House Bill number 381, redevelopment, authority board of directors, alternative qualification for board members. House Bill number 137 related to taxation, tax exemption, state, county, and municipal sales and use tax, Black Belt Regional Child Advocacy Center, Marengo County. House Bill number 393 related to health, benefit plans, electronic communications with insured authorized. House Bill number 220 related to Shelby County, Board of Registrars, meeting days. Senate Bill number 155 relating to the Board of Medical Examiners, permits for limited scope of practice to certain medical school graduates for limited period authorized. Certain licensure qualifications for physicians revised. House Bill number 379 by Representative Steihagen. Real estate acquisition. Non-resident citizens of China, the Chinese government, or Chinese entities prohibited from acquiring real property. House Bill number 349 related to the Board of Optometry, scope of practice. House Bill number 358 with substitute relating to vessels, operation of vessels, further provided various boater safety laws, penalty for violation reclassified as boating violations. House Bill number 287 with substitute related to crimes and offenses to create the crime of doxing to establish penalties for violations.
That's it. Now, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Play that right. That's real fast. You getting good. Hey, now after hearing all that, Mr. Speaker, it's kind of confused me just a little bit. So what I want to do now, Mr. Chairman, is that I'll make a motion to flip-flop the calendar one more time. I want to take House Bill 222 and move it back down to 287. Put 287 first and make 222 last.
Clerk, see the resolution.
Now, I understand we're gonna have some amendments coming on this bill, which I favor a lot to make it a lot better.
All right. It's time for the chairman.
All
All right.
Amendment to House Resolution number 166 by Representative Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the gentleman's suggestion for the amendment, but I'd make a motion to table the motion.
That is a motion to table if you're in favor of tabling the motion.
I was just trying to explain real quick what I was doing, why I was doing it. That's all I was doing. Just trying to explain what I get a chance to explain what my amendment does and why I was doing it.
If you're in favor of tabling the motion, as the chairman asked, your vote will be aye. If not, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 76 ayes, 24 nays. Motion has been tabled. Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Reverend Moore, for a point of personal privilege. Just immediately. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, in this body, we come to this microphone and we say a lot of things. But when one member of the body goes to the media to demean another member of the body, I think that's a step too far. To even allow that person to say that that person was physically dragged off the floor at one point in time by security and out of the committee, which is an absolute lie. And then for that same person to say that they sat next to a person for 8 years and some days that person don't appear to be on her medication, but the representative that made the statement ain't a doctor. He hadn't diagnosed anybody with anything. But to go to the written and to the audio media to demean a person the way this person did, to even get down, Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about how one member of this body took to the media this weekend to demean another member of this body to the extent to lie on that person, to say that security had to drag that person out of this chamber as well as out of a committee meeting. And then to talk about this person being drugged up and on medication, and to get to the end of the article and talk about the person's makeup. I think that that's a bit much. You know, we say a lot, but I ain't never went anywhere to demean a person that's in this body, because most times our differences is probably with the bill and the way that we will approach that bill. But to come out and demean one of our colleagues the way that this person did, I think is beyond the call of duty and the deserving of some type of attention. I've never done it because our argument usually is related to a bill. It's not related to that individual personally. But to go to the media and then to get down to the fine tuning, talking about the length of the person's eyelashes, that's a bit much, y'all. And if you're not a doctor and you're worried about whether that person is on medication, and then they demean all of the Democratic caucus by saying that the only time we come to the microphone.
And the lady's time has expired. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lee, Chairman Lovern.
Speaker, move for adoption.
That is questions. Move for adoption. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Calendar has been adopted. Clerk, call first bill on calendar.
On page 62 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 222 with substitute by Senator Gavan relating to the legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill originated during the time between the election and organizational session. We were coming up with different problems that needed to be addressed with the legislature. It's kind of a catch-all bill. It tries and solves a bunch of problems that have lingered around for years that have not been addressed. And that's all this bill is. It's a catch-all that fixes some stuff that needs to be fixed so the process can work better. I want you to know this, and this is very clear. Ladies and gentlemen, I have two friendly amendments that are coming today. One of them addresses the issue of the election contest. We're going to remove all that language that the other side has a problem with. It's all going to come out of the bill, so we're not going to remove it. The law will remain the same as it's been for over 120 years. The other amendment is going to fix the problem that my colleague discovered with the contract review provisions on the witnesses, the names being redacted when the contract is public. Remember, the members of the committee will still see that. We have two friendly amendments coming from different members of the Democrat caucus to fix the problems that were expressed in the committee meeting and have been expressed to me since the day we passed the bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the BIR.
Okay, that's a question for the body, is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record votes, 84 ayes, 0 nays. BIR has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the sub.
You care to explain the sub?
It's all this. I can read this entire 4 pages, but it's a catch-all bill that the Senate passed, and we're just adopting the Senate substitute, and then we're going to amend it to fix the problems the other members had with this substitute.
Okay, you've heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes, 89 ayes, 0 nays, 12 abstentions. Committee sub has been adopted. Pro Tem Pringle.
You ready? Okay.
But she's working on it now.
Where's John? All right, where's John Rogers? Hey, Nathaniel, John has an amendment, Roger. Do you have John's amendment? Yeah, Luke has it.
Amendment, and I'm gonna offer this amendment so we can put some clarity in the bill and explain about the contest thing.
Clerk,
That's all
proceed
it
with the
does.
amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 222 by Representative Rogers.
Representative Rogers, security, explain the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment allows by the Speaker of the House to delete the obsolete language about when they have a contest. It explains it, clears that part of it up.
It removes the redaction and leaves the law exactly the way it's been for 120
Take
years.
all the redaction part of it out so it won't confuse folks like you're trying to hide something.
And with that, I move adoption of the friendly amendment from Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Chairman, I say this is a friendly amendment.
Really friendly amendment.
So if you're for the amendment, your vote will be aye. If you're opposed, your vote will be no. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote.
Go ahead. Thank you. That make it better.
Clerk will lock the machine and record a vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstention. The amendment has been passed. Pro Tem Pringle.
I'm waiting on Prince's amendment.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Baldwin. Representative Simpson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Part of the bill, Mr. Pro Tem, will address when the body comes into session, correct?
Yes, sir. We're moving the start date of the first year of the quadrennium. We're moving it back to the first Tuesday in February from March so we can get started, so we can hopefully get out of here by Memorial Day every first year of the quadrennium.
Well, that's important, and I think that's great, and I appreciate you bringing that. So instead of starting on the second Tuesday in March, on the year after the election, and then the second Tuesday or the first Tuesday in February, those next 2 years, and the second Tuesday of January, that fourth year, we're just simply saying we will start the first Tuesday in February?
First Tuesday instead of the first Tuesday in March. Yes, sir.
First Tuesday in February on non-election years, and on election years, we will be the second Tuesday in January.
In January, exactly. We
Okay.
keep that exactly the same. That's by
Okay.
statute.
I think that's tremendous. I think that helps a lot of people here. I think that'll help our calendars. I think that'll help our AC bills that we have to go through. So we don't have to spend a bunch of money paying for, to cool this building in July and June to come down here. So I appreciate you doing that. One of the other things that we've talked about that this bill does regards some of the contract language. Can you talk about the contract language that it does? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. No. I asked you. That's what I asked.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Dallas. Representative Chesson.
Got it. I'm ready.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have an amendment to the substitute that concerns an issue that I brought up in committee about making sure that we're transparent in the process of having the attorneys in the litigation to be revealed, but of course to protect those expert witnesses, honoring that part. So I would like to ask, would you be willing to accept this amendment to your substitute?
Mr. Chestnut, let me say this. You caught a problem and you're going to fix that problem, a problem that I didn't see. And I want to tell you how much I appreciate it, because your language is going to clarify. We're getting to the same place. You just fixed the problem. So we're exactly where we want to be, and you just helped us get to it. And ladies and gentlemen, what this does is, under the contracts of the state, it protects both parties, both the plaintiffs and the defense, which is the state of Alabama, and puts them on the same level playing field when they divulge their expert witnesses and their attorneys. It treats everybody fairly, and I thank you for your amendment. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I'd move adoption of the amendment from Mr. Chestnut.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 222 by Representative Chestnut.
Representative Chestnut.
Yes, this amendment starts on page 6 of the substitute, and it would replace lines 163 through 168 to say on number 2, contracts for appointment of attorneys for the Department of, that would come in after provided, however, contract section would be stricken. And then on page 7, you're going to replace line 171 with the following for number 3, the review by the committee of a contract for the. And then the last amendment would come on replacing on page 7, replacing line 175 with the following: not exceed the amount of the approved contract. And then section C, for those who have the contract, there would be section C would be added to as a subsection to say contracts for professional services executed by the Attorney General in preparation for or during litigation with any individual other than an attorney in the litigation may be redacted until the conclusion of the litigation is, if necessary, to protect from disclosure information that may lead to the harassment of the individual. This subsection does not protect any information from being disclosed as appropriate during the course of litigation. So with that, I'd like to move for adoption of the amendment.
Heard the explanation of the amendment. The sponsor says it's a friendly amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record vote 100 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. The amendment has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Chestnut, for fixing that problem. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage of Senate Bill 222 as substituted and amended.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. You're recognized.
For clarity's sake, the two main things that we wanted out of this bill was the redaction part. That was an amendment Mr. Chestnut just brought to the floor.
Yes, ma'am.
And the other one was to take back to its original form, election dispute.
Yes, ma'am. It leaves it the way it's been for 120 years. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren. You're recognized.
Special order for today. No, I do that sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Pringle, when I first saw your bill and I started looking at it, I just couldn't agree with it. But you know what? I had to go back and look at it again, because one thing that's on that bill, I give you all the applause in the world for. We're going to look for a new state house, okay? I mean, I don't think people understand, but right now I'm under a doctor's care. Every time I come in this building, I have to get under a doctor's care. My doctor told me, don't come in that building, don't go in that building without a mask, because the mold and mildew. And I'm telling you, I have been sick coming into this building, every time I come here, I was talking to someone this morning, and she said that she's had 3 surgeries for mold and mildew from this building. So it is truly time that we get serious about this situation and make this environment a healthy environment for us to come in here and every day, because God knows when I leave here, my whole life changes. When I'm in here, my eyes run water all the time. I stay congested. And once we get out of session, I have a freedom for my health. So anything that we can do to get me out of this, if I'm still around here, I don't know, I probably won't be here by the time y'all get it built. But at least just the thought that your bill is entertaining, billing a thing, you might get my vote this morning, okay? Or this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of SB 222. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 88 ayes, 9 nays, 3 abstentions. SB 222 has passed. Clerk call next bill on calendar.
On page 61 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 204 by Senator Gavan relating to the legislature.
Mr. Pro Tem, you're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 204 is a standard bill that the Pro Tem has passed in every session of the legislature for I don't know how long. All it does, it codifies what we did last session. That's all it is, just a housekeeping codification bill. With that, I move adoption of the BR.
That's questions. Adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record votes 99 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR has passed.
With that, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage, Senate Bill 204.
That is questions. Final passage of SB 204. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. SB 204 has passed.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk call next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 27 with substitute by Senator Melson relating to agricultural authorities.
Chairman Crawford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back a couple of years ago, we passed a law that allowed establishment of agricultural authorities and to construct and operate facilities. This bill will authorize the board of directors for the authority and be able to appoint and form members of the board as directors emeritus and to serve as goodwill ambassadors. And with that, I ask for the BIR.
That is the question. Is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. BR has passed. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I have a substitute.
Clerk, floor sub.
I'm
committee sub. You care to explain sub?
Okay. The appointment of the former members, the sub says they should not have voting rights. They will not directly participate in meetings, no compensation, and will be held under the same rules as the board.
You heard the explanation of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine, record the votes. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 99 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Crawford.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for final passage of the bill as substituted.
That is questions. Final passage of the bill is substituted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 1 nay, 1 abstention. SB 27 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk call next bill on special order calendar.
On page 59 of the calendar, House Bill number 348 with substitute by Representative Faulkner relating to the Uniform Commercial Code.
Representative Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Members, this is a amendment to the UCC, the Uniform Commercial Code. ALI, the Alabama Law Institute, proposes the latest updates from a joint effort of the American Law Institute and the Uniform Law Commission, employing a 3-year drafting effort using 350 experts to accommodate newly emerged and still emerging technologies, including distributed ledger technology, blockchain. These proposed updates will bring Alabama's UCC statutes into the digital age by providing needed commercial guardrails and delivering legal clarity where existing legal structures presently either inhibit these newly emerging technologies or increase their cost. The sub did incorporate an amendment in judiciary, which was asked for, and that amendment, we had a couple of technical corrections.
Let's get the BR first, Representative.
Okay, yes, sir. Let me move for the BR, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you. Last question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. BR has passed. Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, as I was mentioning, there was an amendment in judiciary about the central bank digital currency and clarifying what that is and what that is not. Agreed upon amendment, and I guess if there's no further questions, I'd ask for the final passage.
We got to adopt the sub.
Adopt the substitutes.
Yeah, that's questions. Adoption of the sub. You heard the explanation of that. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Apologies. Thinking about this bill too much.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstentions. Sub has been adopted. Representative Faulkner.
Yes, I'd move for final passage, Mr.
This question is move of the final passage as adopted of HB 348. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 3 abstentions. HB 348 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill in special order.
On page 50 of the calendar, House Bill number 348 with substitute by Representative Brown relating to environmental protection.
Chairman Brown, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I have House Bill 378. It's a Brownfield Redevelopment Act. And what this does, is important that it does not weaken or eliminate any ADEM or EPA rules. It creates a cleanup fund that's administered by ADEM that is not using taxpayer dollars, but is paid into by the property owners themselves. It has an assessment and cleanup that's overseen by ADEM, Superfund sites that are currently not eligible. It expands existing brownfield programs that results in more polluted areas being cleaned up that are particularly in our urban areas. And it'll put more abandoned sites to good use for industrial and create jobs for the people of the state of Alabama. Mr. Speaker, with that, I call for the BIR.
That's question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 93 ayes, 0 nays, 5 abstentions. The BR has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I call for a vote on House Bill 378.
I'm showing
I had a
sub.
sub. I'm sorry.
Care to explain the sub?
What the sub had just actually cleaned up a couple of technical provisions in there and just made it easier. It kept the ability for liability issues for individuals to go back on prior owners. So it just mainly cleaned up the results with ADEM and made it more technical in nature.
You've heard the explanation of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 94 ayes, 0 nays, 8 abstentions. The sub has been adopted. Chairman Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I call for a vote on House Bill 378.
That is the question. Is final passage of 378 as adopted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes 92 ayes, 0 nays, 11 abstentions. House Bill 378 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk call the next bill on special order calendar.
On page 56 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 228 by Senator Roberts relating to real estate.
Chairman Lovern, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SB 228 addresses two predatory practices that have started to exist in our real estate world. One, the deception of wholesaling. We're marketing people's personal residence without them knowing and not acknowledgement to the potential seller. And the other one is a system of placing lifetime or 40-year listing agreements on homes where people are getting ready. Someone may be deceased and then they're finding out there was a lifetime or 40-year listing agreement placed on it by an agency that they have no aware of. So this would eliminate those two practices and move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Representative, what's your occupation?
Well, just a business owner and retired firefighter now. And
Are you a licensed realtor?
I am a licensed realtor as well. I don't work.
Oh, since
actively.
when? I didn't know that because I was finna give you the business.
Since 2000.
Okay, I'm gonna light up on you because I was finna wear you out here. And 'cause I was finna name, I didn't know that you was licensed. I know myself, a real estate broker, has been in business over 27 years. I know Representative Debbie Wood is a realtor because she and I was finna double team you real well. And I know Representative Napoleon Bracey is a realtor and Representative AJ McCampbell is a realtor. And nobody, did they talk to you? Did anybody talk to you?
Yeah,
Okay, today, they said today. Okay, so I'm not gonna give it to you like I was because I do like the bill and we do have to do something about these, the wholesalers. I'm gonna give you a real experience. You know, they pry on, these are people that do not have, they're not licensed. They do not have continuous education. They pry on elderly people and people that do not know better. I had a situation that really lasted over a year, whereas this guy, whom was a wholesaler, he had the buyer and the purchaser. Well, he had them knowing that he had them thinking that he was actually a realtor. And he was renting out, it was like a lease to purchase. And he was renting the property out. He had the seller to give $7,500. No, I'm sorry, the buyer to give $7,500 for a lease to purchase. He only gave the seller $4,000, okay? The purchaser, well, leasee, was paying the rent every month, but the owner was not receiving any payments, okay? So what happened is the owner was getting ready to, going all over the world today, was getting ready to evict the tenant, but found out they went to school together. And the tenant was able to provide her all the documentation in order to show that she was paying her monies every month, but the owner was not receiving these monies. So it took me 1 year to get them straight where that lady could purchase that house. And then also we do have, you know, a certain company out there that's taking advantage and putting a 40-year lien on people's houses, which is unfair. So how do you get out of that? So, but I had wrote down a lot of stuff because I didn't know that you was a licensed realtor, and I was finna get down on you, baby, with some questions, and I wanted some right answers about these disclosures and I do have a question. Explain to me about the Class A misdemeanor. That's one of the violations.
Let's see.
That's on page 5.
Yeah.
Line 116.
Well, one thing it defines the agreements, then how it would provide to the circuit courts, and then a $10,000 plus actual damages and costs and attorney's fees for the civil portion.
But in other words, I was just trying to understand.
Put the label enforcement so that both civil and criminal, if someone continues to make that practice. And so that's the intent of that level of just because people, if they're being bad actors in there, you could put the appeals, they may just pay the money, but if you attach some level of criminal statute to it, it'll hopefully prevent them from doing that business.
And I really think that we should also, and I understand about the disclosures, but I really think that we should put out there in the communities that if they're not licensed realtors, and it's not realtors, I can't stand when people say that, it's realtors. If they're not licensed realtors, then they should be aware, because this wholesaler stuff, and I have been very verbal about wholesalers and because it messed up a lot of people. Not only does it mess with our money, but it mess with a lot of people that do not know any better, and it takes advantage of people. And they have these people that come in, and these folks have lost a loved one, they're going through something, and they come in and swipe up their property, and for little nothing, then they resell their property, and the people have no clue of what's going on and how they've been taken advantage of. But I have helped several people out of situations like this. But I'm glad to know, Representative, that you are a realtor, because me and you was finna get it on down here.
I'm glad we got that sorted out.
I was gonna ask first before I attack,
Right.
Because I was like, there's too many realtors in this house not to be carrying a realtor bill.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm a ease out, but I want to say again that I am glad that we finally have this bill, because I've been talking about this for about 3 years now and complaining about wholesalers. And I actually, between Friday and today, and this Real Talk, I have had actually 60 realtors call me and was concerned, and they wanted to say that they was happy about this, and I can show you on my phone that I was called. It ain't no fake shit. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. But anyway, again, I am glad that you are carrying this bill, and this is a start. And I hope that we have other bills to help what we do as far as for a living. I'm going to get off the microphone now.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady.
About to light me up.
Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
That's right.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 99 0 nays, 2 abstentions. BR is passed. Chairman Lovern.
Mr. Speaker, no further questions. Ask for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage of SB 228. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays. The SB 228 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the body.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill on special order.
On page 44 of the calendar, House Bill number 253 with substitute by Representative Clark relating to taxation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, colleagues. HB 253, if approved, will amend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 253, if approved, will amend the state's historic tax credit law, which, as most of you remember, will sunset in 2027. There is a sub to the bill that was amended by the Ways and Means Education Committee, and that amendment would keep the annual allotment of historic tax credits capped at $20 million per year. Now, as you are aware, there are quite a few bills floating around out there that would provide various tax breaks. The original HB 253 proposed an increase in the annual allotment of tax credits from 20 million to 40 million. And that was due to the wide success of the historic rehabilitation program and the number of projects that are on the waiting list. However, timing is everything, and the amendment was brought. I accepted it as a friendly amendment to leave the cap, the annual cap at 20 million for the time being. The bill as it stands would expand the Historic Tax Credit Evaluating Committee to include the chairs of both the Senate and the House ETF committees. It would also allow the committee to meet remotely, in person, or a combination thereof. It also establishes some additional criteria in the project evaluation process that demonstrates the return on investment. And these new criteria, or proposed new criteria, would include the total project investment divided by the amount of tax credits requested. The number of net new jobs that would be created would be taken into consideration. The overall project financing received prior to submitting an application would be taken into consideration. And as proposed, it would also establish a minimum threshold that a project must exceed before the project may be funded. Currently, a project could score 0 and still be eligible for tax credits. This bill would change that. Lastly, there is additional language to allow the tax credits to be claimed for when the reservation is allocated to a project, in addition to when the project is placed into service. The State Department of Revenue indicated that this has happened on a few occasions and is satisfied with this language. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move adoption of the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, you know, when I read this bill, and I did ask you a question, because I know that a couple years ago when we bought the historical tax credit before the body, when it got to the Senate, they removed the historical credits for residential property. And you're working with this bill. Has anyone given any more considerations to adding residential properties? And the reason I ask, you know, I'm one of them DIYers, and I look at those programs where across the country, they are going into those communities and rehabbing those historical homes, but we don't do that very much in Alabama. So has any consideration been given to us putting back, which was in the original bill before it went to the Senate, to get historical tax credits for residential property?
Representative Moore, not this time around, but I would like to see that happen as well. As a matter of fact, when our former Speaker Pro Tem, Representative Gaston, carried this legislation, he stood right where I'm standing. And as I recall, Representative Jones and Representative Drummond, my colleagues from Mobile, and I asked if we couldn't add residential properties back to this legislation. I especially would like to see that happen because I live in downtown Mobile, where there are a lot of blighted deteriorating properties, and I would like to see that happen. I think the thought process in the Senate was that these tax credits ought to be reserved for income-producing properties.
Right, but see, I know in Birmingham, and I'm sure in Mobile, that you've got some of those older houses that was built before the 1900s.
Yes, ma'am.
That had strong bones, and when you go into many of those houses, the type of wood that they have in many of those houses resists termites differently from the wood that is used in modern homes. But in the future, I would like to see us get together, even if we had to put some special language in it, because I could see when you're talking about residential property, the numbers would probably far outreach what you would get for properties that's meant for investment or commercial ventures. But that's something I think that we ought to work on, if nothing else, to restore portions of Alabama that are in history and should be in history, and would designate places where people who did things in our past resided in, that we would, because I know we have certain, especially in Birmingham, certain black doctors that was the first doctors. We have people like Dr. Bulware, who was the first white doctor at the University of Alabama that was allowed by state to train black doctors. So we have a lot of historical homes throughout the state that we might need to put some type of language, because it could be overwhelming, and that we start with specifying certain buildings or houses that have historical significance that we can go in to rehab to maintain the history of Alabama.
I agree with you, Representative Moore, and I think a few of those have received historic tax credits, but they might have been converted into a bed and breakfast, for example,
right,
or a tourist attraction. But none that I am aware of at this point, since the legislation was changed, that are for single-family housing.
Right. So I appreciate if we can work on that for the future.
I promise that I'll work with you on that.
I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes members from Jefferson. Representative Faulkner.
Yeah, Representative Clark, I rarely come down here just to make a comment, but I did want to on this bill because I believe in this so strongly. And I know when Representative Gaston was here and he carried it, this tax credit has been studied up and down. And every time we find that the state of Alabama is doing well on this tax credit. So I thank you for bringing this bill. Like you, I probably would have liked to have seen some caps, yearly caps moved to give a little more flexibility.
Yes, we have a waiting list of projects, Representative Faulkner, and so increasing that cap would have really enabled us to do a lot throughout the state of Alabama.
But I respected you in your decision to do what you want to do with the bill this year, and I know you did that to make sure we could get this through. But I just want to let you know I'm in full support of this, and I thank you for bringing it. Our state needs this, and it is changing our state for the better. So thank you for this bill.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the young lady yields.
Certainly.
I just rose because I was sitting there listening to the dialogue, and I too want to thank you because this historic tax credit has transformed our downtown community. And you know, one of the things that I think I'm really proud of, because in addition to that, we have been able to mark all of those historic structures. Some of them are now businesses that are making income for us through our African American Heritage Trail. But this is a good bill. It takes the whole new meaning of the town square and turns it into something that has brought life back into our downtown. So I just rose to just say, I know it's done it for Mobile, and I'm sure throughout the entire state. So it's a good bill.
Representative Drummond, just a few years ago when you and I started our careers working downtown, we know that downtown Mobile was a virtual ghost town. It, for people who come to see it today after not having been to downtown Mobile in a while, they are truly amazed at
Well,
the transformation the area has made.
Yeah, and that's what's so exciting for me is because I've seen the transformation.
Yes.
I've
yes, you
seen where
have.
we were, say, 10, 15 years ago and to where we are now and where we're going to go in the future. So
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you for picking up the banner and carrying that light of prosperity for downtown that Representative Gaston left behind, and so that we can continue the growth in our downtown area.
He was tickled pink when I told him that I was following in his footsteps.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Lomax, be the fourth person to speak on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Clark, I also wanted to thank you for bringing this. It's good to hear that these historic tax credits have been applied in Mobile. I'm from the other part of the state. I'm in Huntsville, and they've been applied there too, and really made a major impact. I know it will surprise a lot of my colleagues here to know that, but there are some blighted areas in Huntsville as well. And in fact, we have utilized these tax credits in an area called Low Mill. Is a former textile mill back before Huntsville had the arsenal and all that federal money coming there. In some cases, it was a cotton town. And we've utilized that to renovate that. That mill is now a cultural center, an arts center. They have art performances there. And it's really generated the area around that too. A lot of those old mill houses have now become new developments. There's new housing opportunities there, and that's really because of those tax credits. Another case is in our downtown corridor. We have a historic hotel built in 1922, the Yarborough Hotel. Those were applied there too, so that we can maintain that facade and give downtown Huntsville a little bit of character. So I wanted to thank you for bringing this, and I look forward to see it passing. Thank you.
We'll look forward to working with you too on the evaluating committee.
Question for the body is passage of the BRR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no additional questions or great comments of support, I'd like to move adoption of the committee sub.
That is the question, is adoption of the committee sub. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Elmore, Representative Stubbs. Speaking on the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady yield.
Yes, certainly, Representative Stubbs.
Appreciate the opportunity. I wanted to take a moment just to mention that these historic tax credits are not only for large metropolitan areas. We've heard many examples of Mobile and Huntsville and other areas, but I did want to just add, many people can drive about 20 minutes up the road to Wetumpka. The historic Fane Theater was built in 1937, closed in 1975, and was reopened because of this historic tax credit in 2019. So that's an example of a small town, and I was in the committee with this, and I recognize that the amendment on this does just make a modification to the cap each year. But I just wanted to commend you on this and appreciate and let everybody know that this certainly affects our small town communities as well.
It certainly does. I think, as you are well aware, 40% of the tax credits have to be or are reserved for counties that have populations of 175,000 or less.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question now is passage of the committee sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Sub has been adopted. Representative Clark.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That is the question, is final passage as adopted. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 253 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the body.
Thank the lady. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 57 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 183 by Senator Gudger relating to labor and employment.
Representative Marcus, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we have already passed this bill, HB 256. This is the same bill, exact same bill. It's for the Trucking Association. This is a safety bill. We passed it unanimously a couple weeks ago. And with that, I'll ask for the BR.
That is question is for the BR. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 0 abstention. BR has passed. Representative Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for final passage of SB 183.
That is question is final passage of SB 183. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. SB 183 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston. Chairman Lee, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to let everyone know I have an amendment for SB 155. It's the original bill that I passed in here a week or so ago, HB 243. And I'm going to put them up here so you can take a look at them if you'd like to see them. Thank you. Before we get to them in a few minutes, hopefully very shortly.
Clerk, call up the next bill.
On page 21 of the calendar, House Bill number 122 by Representative Wood D relating to health.
Representative Wood, before I recognize you, I'd like to recognize somebody else. I hear that Bobby Wood, your husband, is in the audience today, and I think he's a guest of yours. Am I correct by saying that?
Yes.
Bobby, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
Representative Wood.
I'm going to be in a lot of trouble for that, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I did. There was a note on here who said the better half was. I just didn't say it though.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, House Bill 122 will prohibit discrimination against individuals from receiving an organ transplant based on the individual having a disability. I've been working on this bill almost 5 years, so I get a little emotional. Historically, individuals with mental or physical-based disabilities have been denied life-saving organ transplants based on assumptions that their lives are less worthy. This bill would require healthcare practitioners, hospitals, and other healthcare facilities and organ transplant centers to provide reasonable accommodations to an individual with a disability in need of an anatomical gift or an organ transplant. And with this explanation, I would ask for the BIR.
That is questions, passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Representative Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a floor substitute.
Clerk, receive the floor sub.
Substitute to House Bill number 122 by Representative Wood D.
Representative Wood, you care to explain your sub?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, we had an opportunity to meet with our partners, our healthcare providers, to make sure that we were getting our bill correct. The original bill has the Disability Act of 1990, and it provides for a pathway for an individual to actually enter into a court suit if they feel like they've been denied access to a transplant. In Alabama, this substitute allows for an individual to also have a civil path. So not only do you have a criminal path because of the Disabilities Act, you will now have a civil path in the state of Alabama, and that is the basis of the substitute.
You heard the explanation. The chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore. You're recognized.
Would you like a copy?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go over the sub again for.
Yes, ma'am. Would you like a copy while I
have
go
a
over
copy.
it?
I
Okay.
have a copy to read.
So if you look on line 8, it says this bill, what is changed is this bill would require health care. On line 13, it adds the words organ transplant.
Okay.
On line 27, it adds disability to require health care providers and organ transplant. And I know
Then
it's
it's
not,
push
yes, ma'am.
everything else down.
I know it's not outlined in yellow, but I have one if you would like it outlined.
That's okay.
Okay. On line 30, it says gift or organ transplant and to provide disabled individuals the right to equitable relief.
Okay, let me ask you this. Is there a problem in the state of Alabama with people with disabilities getting organ transplant?
The way that the bill came to me was I have an individual that has a disabled child that lives in our community, and she has been a part of a group of individuals for a long time that basically give her not only physical, but mental and spiritual help handling her situation. And there are 38 other states that have passed
Not the
this.
states. The question I'm asking is there a problem in the state of Alabama with people who have disabilities getting organ transplant?
According to this group, yes.
Can you give me some stats?
I can tell you that 38 other states have passed
I'm
it.
not
I
talking
don't have
about 38
stats.
other states, because 38 other states did a lot of things. But I'm asking, the reason I ask, because we continue to bring these bills forth for one person or one group, and we don't have any data when we bring these bills for one person up to show that that's a concern in the state where, you know, it's prevalent, where people with disabilities are not getting transplants. Because I can't believe that. I worked, like say, in a hospital over 30 years. And that was not one of the criteria for accepting or denying somebody for a transplant, was whether they were disabled or not. So I'm kind of concerned each time we bring a bill up, and we pretty much taking care of everybody in your community. For a one-time incident that we have had to pass a bill for one incident with no data to say that that's a prevailing problem in the state of Alabama that we need to take care of. That one person could just be just a fluke or something, or somebody that fell through the cracks as far as getting it. But I know most of your bills you bought has resulted out of one person in your community, somebody that you know, that's one person. Each time I've asked you, is always one. But I think when we're looking at the masses of people who need help, in the state, like we talked about people with disabilities having help in doing certain things, then I think that that's the way we need to look at it, rather than we cannot give any stats on how prevalent it is in the state, but we can stand and bring bills that to correct a problem that we have no evidence that it is a problem. And I think we need to get more to evidence-based bills that we bring forth, because I can promise you in the state of Alabama, we got people with a whole lot of other problems. But I think our transplant program is pretty stable, because for years, transplants in the state of Alabama were primarily done at the VA hospital. We started with the kidney and the heart transplant until UAB was able to come up to snuff, and then those doctors that could practice at the VA, because the equipment and things that they needed, the federal government could purchase them much better at the time because of economics that UAB and certain other hospitals could do. So I've seen my share of transplants for different things. I've done research on transplants, and nowhere in doing transplant the person's disability has played a role. So I think we need to, when we come come to say that we're doing things like that, let's start, if nothing else, if you could bring some data to support it rather than always saying that is one person. You know, everybody can be an exception to the rule. And we do know sometimes people fall through the cracks, but to not identify a concern when we got so many in this state that need to be addressed, that we need to bring this state up to par on so many other levels, like Medicaid expansion. But if I had a Medicaid expansion bill, which I drop, you won't vote for that, and that'll give a help to about 300,000 people in the state of Alabama, but we won't address that. And that's a primary need for this state, to expand Medicaid for those 300 and some thousand people that's out there that need health care, but this body won't pass the health care bill that they need to get health. And you look at this, at the state of so many of our counties that don't have proper health facilities in them. Some counties don't even have a health department in them. So if we were to expand Medicaid, instead of bringing one issue at a time, this one that you're bringing with the transplant for one person, if all of our counties were able to have some type of health care facility, then we could address the health needs of, and be it physical or mental health needs of all the citizens in the state of Alabama. So I ask for you to give me some support on bringing up that Medicaid expansion, but you don't have to respond because I don't want to get you in trouble. But think about it. You know you can't respond. I ain't into getting nobody in trouble because I know you know the wrath of the aura come down on you. But I just want you to think about it in your heart and others, that while we're passing a bill for one incident, let's look at Medicaid expansion that could help over 300,000 people in the state of Alabama. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is adoption of the floor sub. Clerk will unlock the machine and the members will vote.
Yes, ma'am.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 101 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. Floor sub has been adopted. Representative Wood.
If there's no more questions, I would ask for final passage as adopted.
That is questions, final passage of HB 122. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 101 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 122 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to open it up for sponsors.
It's been asked to open it up for co-sponsors. Clerk, if you'll open up the machine and members want to co-sponsor, do so. Clerk will lock the machine. 72 co-sponsors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady.
I'm going to have to talk with Representative Sarles, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call next bill.
On page 29 of the calendar, House Bill 136 by Representative Chestnut, relating to the courts.
Representative Chestnut, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. This bill is a juror mileage reimbursement bill, and currently the juror mileage is 5 cents per mile, which dates back to 1907. And so with this bill, we're going to give the Supreme Court the power to, within the framework of their budget, make sure that our jurors are at least receiving an amount per mile that is up to date and takes into account inflation. So if there are no questions, I'd like to move for adoption of the BIR.
That is questions, adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes, 102 ayes, 0 nays. BIR is adopted. Representative Chestnut.
Yes, if there are no further questions, I move for adoption and of the bill and final passage.
That is questions final passage of HB 136. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. HB 136 has passed. Clerk, call up next bill.
On page 56 of the calendar, House Bill number 381 by Representative Lawrence, relating to Redevelopment Authority and Board of Directors.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. HB 381, this bill just requires, current law says that you have to live within the redevelopment authority to serve on the board. But this bill would give alternative board members to where if you had property in the redevelopment district, you still can serve on the board. But only 25% of the members that serve on the board can live or reside outside of the district. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll move for the BR.
That is question for the body is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no further questions, I move for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 381. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the vote. 102 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. 381 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 27 of the calendar, House Bill number 137 by Representative McCampbell, relating to taxation.
Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill will provide an exemption from state, county, and municipal sale and use taxes for the Black Belt Regional Child Advocacy Center, which is located in Marengo County. Mr. Speaker, I move for the BIR if there are no questions.
That is the question is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. BR is passed. Representative Campbell.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know I've been to this microphone a few times today.
Yes.
But I promise you I'm not coming because I need attention. Because I understood the only time we come to the microphone is because we're looking for attention. We so starved for attention. But I do want to ask you, is this not already a nonprofit organization, or is it not?
It's a nonprofit organization. It started about 2.5 years ago, and they will be able to eventually qualify to apply with the United Way. But the United Way say that you have to be in existence for 3 years before you can apply with them.
That's right. So even though they're a 501c3, that's what United Way, and then they'll come under the United Way category.
If the United Way accepts them.
Yeah, we're going to make the United Way accept them. Then accepted everybody else. You know, so, but I appreciate you. I was just wondering because, you know, normally when you get the 501c3, the state recognized what the federal government recognized, but then this is the process they've got to go through before they could come under United Way.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair thanks the lady. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 137. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the vote, 102 ayes, 0 nays, 2 abstention. HB 137 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Thanks, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 393 by Representative Colvin relating to health.
Representative Colvin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill would authorize any person that provides a health insurance plan to provide all communications relating to that plan by electronic means, unless you want to opt back into paper. And with that, I move the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but you know, I didn't come up here for attention, but it was a special request.
Okay.
That you know that you need to be baptized in the well for some reason. So, you know, just by my mere coming up here, they were saying, ooh, Jesus, what is she gonna do? We've already talked about the bill.
Yes.
And we've agreed that it's a good bill. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the lady from Montgomery, Representative Morris.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I was the one, and she just didn't come down here right. So I had to come behind her. Let's talk about your bill a little bit.
Okay.
Can you explain it to me just a little bit?
I can. So right now, when a health insurance company provides you a policy, they have to deliver all that stuff via mail and paper, and they can be 500-page documents. So this allows clients to get that via email to save paper, basically. You can still get it via mail. It's just giving you the email option.
So, but would it allow people who don't have access to electronics to still be able to receive it?
Yes, ma'am. On page 2, you'll see that part of the notification process is confirming that the client actually uses electronic means and stuff like that, so that they're aware of the option and that they can opt back in the paper. So the person selling that has to make sure they use electronic.
What inspired this bill?
Well, I was studying code this past summer, and this bill popped up to me about a good idea.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I believe United had a bill in another state where they ran into this issue. And they just wanted to be proactive and get this done in Alabama to make sure there was never a hiccup like this.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morris.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair would like to recognize former Representative K.L. Brown. Let's give him a big hand. First time he's had a suit on since last session, he said. You're recognized as the gentleman from McCullman, Representative Harbison. You're recognized.
Yeah. I think this is a good bill. Everything's going digital and it's a lot easier for the young people I know. But my main concern, do you just sit around and study code for a hobby or what?
I do, yes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I was prepared and going into my first session.
Okay, well, obviously you did good. Something's coming out of it.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracey, be the fourth person to speak on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me a little bit about the bill?
Yes. So right now, if a health insurance company was to sell you a plan, maybe to a business, you have a bunch of employees, when they deliver that master policy to you, it has to be in mail. And so this just gives them the option for them to enroll in electronic mail, so email. That way you don't have to have a bunch of paper, all over your office. So but you can still opt back into the paper if you wish. So we're not taking anybody's rights away, just give them another option.
Okay. So this is, what type of insurance are we talking about?
So on the first page, you'll see accident, sickness insurance, mostly your health insurance, kind of your master policies for big plans like that. So just health insurance this pertains to.
What health insurance companies will be participating in this?
Well, any health insurance company in Alabama that sells policies. So, United, Cigna, Blue Cross, all those kinds that operate in Alabama.
Okay, so it's going to be 3 health insurance
Well,
companies?
there's more than that, I believe, in the state.
How many
That's
is it?
Oh, goodness. That's a good question. I don't know. Do you know?
No.
No, I don't know.
You're the bill sponsor. I don't know.
That's a good point, but I'm not sure the exact number. There's a lot. I actually spoke to a group last week about this whole thing. So no telling how many.
Okay. Is this dealing with, what type of health insurance plans will we be dealing with?
Well, any plan contracted by healthcare service, dental or vision, health maintenance organizations, accident and sickness insurers, fraternal benefit societies, nonprofits, they all qualify under this plan.
What about like self-insured plans? Will self-insured plans?
I don't believe they would qualify under this plan, no.
Okay. The company I work for, we have Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we also have United, but we have self-insured. So we wouldn't have the option to have digital. Would we or would we not? Because we're self-insured.
You self-insure.
Yes.
So I think you would not be regulated the same as these companies with that. I think you would have the option to do that yourself.
Even though we have Blue Cross, Blue Shield of Alabama, we wouldn't.
Well, on a self-insurance plan, I don't know if that qualifies under this. This is for like people that if I was an agent of United and I sold you a policy, this just allows me to deliver that via electronic mail, not if you kind of do a self-insured plan yourself. So this kind of protecting both sides. And if I sold you, if you're self-insured, you wouldn't have someone from those companies kind of sell you that plan.
Okay, so this will give me the option to opt into wanting to be digital if I want to be.
Yes, if you wanted to be digital, you would have that option. And then if you wanted to go back to paper, you would just opt right back in. And I say that both options will still be there for you.
Okay. You mentioned it gives you the opportunity to not have a lot of paper all over your office from mail from the insurance companies. So they're sending that level of mail to people?
I've heard from people in the association or on the business side that these policies can be up to 500 pages. And so the goal is to allow it, if you have it on email, if I came to you and asked, hey, I need a clarification on something on page 100. If you have it in an email, you could search, page 100. You could search for certain keywords if I'd asked you a specific question instead of flipping through page after page. So it actually allows better access to the document.
Okay, so they're sending 500-page documents to people based off of their insurance plan that they select, and this is health insurance?
Health insurance, yeah.
Okay. So this is, what about for the seniors? What would a senior do in a situation like this?
Well, if a senior wanted it via email, they would opt into email. If they still wanted paper, they would opt back into the paper. It gives them both options, so.
Okay. Yeah. I just don't recall receiving, I've had health insurance for a while, and I just don't recall receiving that much mail, but I guess I would think it kind of reminds me of situations like this where we can get bills printed, or I guess we can look them up on the email. Mm-hmm. I don't know if many people read either one of them much, but I guess I would like to read paper. So I will be able to just keep getting mine?
You sure would. You'd be able to opt right back into the paper if you wanted.
So do I automatically opt out to electronic and I have to opt into paper?
Yes, I believe this makes it where they're automatically electronic, but the agent selling it has to make sure that you are used to using electronic equipment. So I would not, if you were somebody who had no internet or didn't want it, you would tell me that, or I would be forced to ask you that, and then I would not allow that. I would not give you that option. We would continue to do paper. So I would have to make sure that you were, able to use electronic means for me to give you that option.
How would the agent be able to make sure of that?
Well, right now they have to deliver the policy, in person, or when I sold you that policy.
So they can't email the policy, they have to deliver it in person. So they can't.
Right now they do.
So they can't electronically email the electronic policy, they have to deliver it in person.
As of right now.
Okay.
I'm trying to allow the option so they could do that. Once it's sold and once they're delivering that, they'll do it via email.
Okay. And you mentioned that you was wondering if a person, how would you be able to tell if they have email access? How would you know?
So on page 2, you'll see that the agent, first, to allow the electronic means, they have to provide, or provided the plan sponsor has all the following. So if you were a customer of mine and I sold you, I would have to make sure that.
So you sell insurance?
I actually do. Not health insurance. I don't sell health insurance.
Okay.
I sell life insurance. I'm a financial advisor. But
okay.
I would have to, one, make sure that you consent to getting everything of the policy via email.
Gotcha.
And two, I would have to then confirm to you, or you would have to confirm to me that you routinely use electronic mail. So I would confirm that it would be appropriate for me to deliver that to you via email.
Okay.
And then third, if I would have to give you the option of opting back into paper, all at the selling point.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what part of Alabama do you represent?
Marshall County.
Marshall County, is that a rural area?
Yes, yeah.
Do y'all have broadband in Marshall County?
We do.
Okay, and that's good. So do you think that would this legislation discriminate against the areas of the state of Alabama that are in the process of trying to receive rural broadband?
No, because you're still allowed the paper option. And I would have to, if you had no broadband access, I would have to confirm, you would confirm to me you don't have good internet access, so we would get still via paper. So no.
So I'm just saying discriminate as far as they would not have the option to have electronic copies, right?
Well, I guess right now, but that would be an issue with that area and the broadband. That would have nothing to do with the health insurer. You wouldn't want me to email you a policy if you.
It will have issues with them being able to receive it, being able to receive electronic copies.
Exactly, and that's why the agent would have to confirm that you routinely use internet, electronic mail. Because if you didn't have internet at your business, I would not be able to deliver that to you via email.
Would y'all be open to setting up hotspots in those communities so people that live in those communities would be able to have access to this great digital technology to receive their insurance information?
Well, I don't know if that pertains to this bill, but I think that's a question for, the state's making great strides to expand broadband right now.
Right.
So I would just think that would be a question for that policy, not necessarily this bill. But I would love that. I mean, I've campaigned on broadband. My senator sponsors that upstairs. So I think that's.
Who's your senator?
Senator Schofield.
I have to tell you a little bit about him later. We came in together in 2010.
I hope he's listening.
I hope he is. He might tell you don't listen to me. I know some things, but this is really interesting. I know when, for instance, when my daughter was in college, I was able to request a copy of our insurance card, whether it was the Blue Cross or whether it was our auto insurance, and able to get it and just send it over to her. And that was really convenient.
Exactly.
Instead of just kind of waiting and trying to get things in the mail. But I guess I just wonder and sometimes concerned about people that don't have the same access that we all have.
And me too. That's why we allow the provision to still opt back into mail. And so we're protecting both sides. We just wanted to catch up to where, we live in a digital society. So we wanted to allow that option for business.
Yeah. But the more I think about it, it probably wouldn't affect them as much anyway, because our rural hospitals are closing anyway. So if you think about it, they wouldn't really have a rural hospital to show their insurance information to anyway, because it seemed like they're always closing because we decided not to expand Medicaid in the state.
Well, I'm not an expert on that, but that could be.
But you're an insurance guy, so
not
even though
insurance,
you're not health insurance, but you're life insurance, and you do know that a lot of people are dying because we didn't expand Medicaid. So even though they may not use it for health insurance, you are able to pay out a lot of burial policies because people don't have access to quality health insurance. But you've been a gentleman, and thank you for allowing me to speak with you today.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Lowndes, Representative Lawrence. You're recognized. The question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is passed.
Thank you, members. Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Etowah, Representative Lipscomb.
Do I need to pass this first?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative. Attention. You know what just occurred to me when I was up there? You had called me just a couple hours ago asking to borrow what?
I texted you.
You texted me. What did you ask me for?
I had left my lapel pin at home, and I knew you might have some extras.
You left your lapel pin at home? So you were going to be at the well without your lapel pin on?
Yes, and you saved me from that embarrassment.
Was that because you were preparing so much for your bill that you totally...
That is not germane to this bill.
I apologize. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my previous motion. We're going to adopt a Senate substitute. We're going to substitute SB 167 for House Bill 393.
That is questioned to substitute the Senate bill for the House bill. So it'll be Senate Bill 67. If clerk pull that up. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? The bill has been substituted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the adoption of the BIR on SB 167.
That is the question, is the adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of SB 167.
That is the question, is final passage of SB 167. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
What's funny is this building.
Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. SB 167 has passed. That is your first bill. Am I correct by saying that?
First bill.
Hey. Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move to postpone indefinitely House Bill 393.
All in favor indefinitely postpone and vote aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is postponed. Chair recognizes Jennifer from Lowndes. Representative Lawrence, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Mr. Speaker, I would like to suspend the rules to allow the Montgomery County delegation to meet right now in room 429.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? They are suspended. Clerk, call the next bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, House Bill number 220 by Representative Ellis relating to Shelby County.
Before I recognize you, let me upstairs. Alabama Young Forestry Leadership Program, Alabama Forestry Association is a guest of our House Ag and Forest Commission. Let's give them a big hand. Thank you for being with us today. Also, we have the wife of our Representative Tracy Estes. Christina Estes is with us. Thank you for being with us. And Limestone County Chamber Leadership, Limestone County, guest of Representative Crawford, Witt, Harrison, and Rigsby. Thank y'all. Thank you, Chairman Ellis. Now you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Members, House Bill 220 simply ups the number of days that our Shelby County Board of Registrars can work from 167 to 220. With that, if there's no questions, I call for the BIR.
That's question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 101 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Chairman Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there's no further questions, I call for final passage.
That is question is final passage of HB 220. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. HB 220 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, gentlemen. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 40 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 155 by Senator Weaver relating to the Board of Medical Examiners.
Mr. Chairman, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of you remember a couple of weeks ago, I brought in HB 243. This is the one I mentioned earlier that we have a amendment to. It is the exact same bill other than this amendment, and I will, if I may, tell you about the amendment at this time, or BIR. Let me move for a BIR.
That is question for the body is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. BR is passed. Chairman Lee.
Okay, there are several changes, redundant changes. Deals with ALEA. We found out that they had recently had an audit and by the FBI Criminal Justice Investigation Division. And because of some changes that they've made, and ALEA may not have been carrying it out exactly the way the new law or new requirements at the federal level, this takes care of that with the background checks for the physicians that are coming into the state. They're now going to have to change some of their background checks to meet the federal guidelines. You will see this happen not only on this bill, but other bills coming. I believe one will be HB 426 is coming. The same type amendment will be coming for it. Mr. Speaker, I move to accept the amendment.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill number 155 by Representative Lee.
You heard the chairman's explanation of the amendment. Question for the body is adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. Floor amendment has been adopted. Chairman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage of SB 155 as amended.
That is the question, is passage of SB 155 as amended. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 103 ayes, 0 nays. SB 155 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and the body.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 379 by Representative Steihagen related to real estate.
Leader Stothagen, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 379 prohibits China or China citizens or China entities from purchasing property in the state of Alabama. After discussion, I move for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Hollis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman please yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Please, Representative, tell me how this bill is not targeting a certain race and how this bill is not violating fair housing and federal law.
This is a protection bill from a communist country purchasing land in the state of Alabama.
Tell me how this bill is not violating fair housing and federal law and targeting a certain race.
We're targeting a community like a communist country to prevent a communist country from purchasing land in the state of Alabama.
Tell me how this bill is not violating fair housing and federal law.
I will say this. We've had 14 other states within our country that have passed this bill and that have not violated nor been challenged in court.
I understand, but I asked you a question. tell me how your bill is not violating fair housing and federal law.
Well, if it was violating, do you not think those other 14 states would be under federal?
I asked you about your bill. I asked about 14 states.
It's the same bill they filed there.
But you still hadn't answered my question. Can't answer it.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson, Representative Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, you said that you were working against this is denying a communistic country. But it wouldn't be the country moving here, it would be individual people moving.
We have an amendment coming.
Okay, because otherwise you got Russia, you got North Korea, you got a whole lot of communistic countries and authoritarian dictatorial countries. So if you want to single one out, is there any reason why you would single out China?
As of right now, they're the biggest threat to our country.
Well, the only reason they're a threat to our country because President Reagan opened the door when he was president for China to become the country that it did. When he shut down all of our clothing manufacturing companies and started his relationship with China, you know, it used to be a joke before he did that in the business community that the only thing that China could make at that time was Ouija boards. But once the United States started sending their manufacturing, starting with we used to have the Van Heusen clothing companies. We used to have so many of them that was here in Alabama that when President Reagan started encouraging our companies to go overseas, he also promised that he would retool all of those people who worked in various forms of manufacturing, especially clothing, that they would be retooled. And here it is, 2023, and that never happened. And that accounts for a lot of poverty that we see in many of the Alabama, especially those southern counties and those counties that's on the eastern part of the states, because they were in clothing manufacturing before that time. So, you know, this is something that could have been prevented a long time ago. And as they got most of our manufacturing coming over there, and if you look at one thing I hear them talking about on a national level is the amount of farm property that we've allowed them to invest in. And in many cases, the products never leave the USA, but we pay as if we're importing those goods that never leave the country in the first place. But this problem is just bigger than the state of Alabama. It's something that needs to go to Washington. And when you look at our debt, a lot of the debt that the country owed is debt to China, where we borrowed and borrowed and borrowed. But that came under the fact that President Reagan loved China and wanted to help them out, and he helped them out till they've become such a superpower now. But that is our fault. And then I know when I was working on my MBA, and they talked about a group of marketing experts that during Reagan's era, they sent to China to teach them how to market their goods that might not have been as good, a good a quality as the goods that was made in the United States. But those marketing firms from Wall Street went and showed them how to market things that we normally would not have purchased from them. So a lot of this started with the federal government. A lot of it started with President Ronald Reagan, and he used places in states like Alabama that was so heavily into the clothing industry to do this. So now we don't want President Reagan, which I know a lot of people in your party, they got some kind of reverence for him. But what he did, you don't like that no more. And because they became such a superpower. But that's what you expect when you send all of your industry over there, your farm, some of your industrial companies over there. That's why they got so much smog. So you're trying to correct what President Ronald Reagan started. Is that what you're trying to do?
We're trying to correct the threat of China purchasing.
Well, China wouldn't be a
properties.
threat if Ronald Reagan didn't love them so much. And I understand Trump loved them even more, that he wrote them love letters.
I don't know about
So, yeah, you know, go to the news and pull it up. So you trying to stop this love relationship with China that started with Ronald Reagan, was pursued by President Trump because he said he just loved them so that he just got these love letters. So I just want to understand what you're intending to do, because it came under the heading of a big aura that we started this, and citizens complained when President Reagan shut down so many of our companies in the state of Alabama that created such a level of poverty because the people were never retooled. Companies never moved back into those counties that was so big in doing clothing industry. Instead, we chose as a country to send some of our industries to a country that started out using children 6 and 7 years old to do the work. That was against our own child labor laws. But I just say this for the record, that it is obvious to me, and maybe to your party too, that y'all trying to correct what President Ronald Reagan started. And even though President Trump had a love affair with him, that we're going to stop that love affair right now and deny these people that come to the United States. So if they were to come and need some housing, do they just pitch a tent? Can't pitch no tent? Can't even pitch a tent.
Can't purchase property.
Well, they
Where you
might.
gonna pitch a tent
But
at?
why can't they have a piece of property to pitch the tent on? Because they might want to come back and forth. They might have dual citizenship. It might be a lot of different circumstances why they're here that we're trying to prevent.
No, actually not. Not trying to prevent that.
Not trying to prevent it?
No, ma'am.
So you want to keep a little bit of your love affair? Just a little? You don't want a total break? Just here, there, and yonder?
I don't know about
Y'all
love
still going to be
affair.
friends, but not really, you're not going to have that love affair, just friendship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Franklin, Representative Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So your bill protects the state from the communist Chinese by telling them they cannot own property in Alabama.
Correct.
I want to point out a couple of things. One, my district was also negatively impacted by what Ross Perot called the Great Sucking Sound when T-shirt factories and other textiles left the state. However, that was in 1994, and President Clinton was the president then. And so I want to say that the Great Sucking Sound didn't happen under Republican leadership. Number two, President Obama said the relationship between the United States and China is the most important bilateral relationship of the 21st century. And so I just want to point out, whichever side started it, there's enough blame to go around for the Chinese. And so I appreciate you taking the opportunity, whoever started it, whoever propagated it, that we stop it now. I appreciate the bill. Thank you,
Representative.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marion, Representative Estes. Be the fourth person on the BR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
I will not.
I want to echo a lot of what my colleague and friend, Representative Keel, said. I live in a rural district, and I was getting out of college, and not much long after that, I lost multiple health techs, Munsingware, other plants in my home county in the mid-1990s because of NAFTA. But as Keel said, or the representative said, no matter how we got here, we're here. And that's the duty of this body, is when we see a threat to this country, and in particular to this state, that we step up and slam our foot to the floor and say no more, because we know this is the greatest international threat this country knows. It once in my lifetime, when I was a younger man, it was the Soviet Union. The Russians are still a big problem. We've seen that. We're living that as we currently speak. But for those who may think the Chinese are not the greatest threat to this country, don't be fooled. So thank you for bringing this bill.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is adoption of the BIR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Recorded vote 75 ayes, 23 nays. The BR has been adopted. Leader Stagg.
Move final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. With the gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
I guess I just want a little bit better understanding. I know you offer some tough legislation that times to time is targeting. You offer some really targeting legislation. I guess this would be targeting the Chinamen, right?
Well, I would say I offer protection legislation in my eyes.
Protection. The bathrooms was protection. The
Protection
Chinamen
of
is
female.
protection. Okay. What are we protecting from? What are we protecting the Chinamen from? I don't see many. I remember when we passed the toughest immigration law in the country, and one of the things about it was I didn't see many. We're not a bordering state, and now we have this. I'm just kind of wondering what prompted this.
So just in the last year alone, China has purchased over $6 billion worth of property in the United States.
Okay.
With our military bases that we have in Alabama, that is what prompted for protection, like I said earlier.
Okay. So how much of that property was in Alabama?
How much what?
Of that property. You gave a statistic of how much.
That's on a national level.
You know what I'm saying? But this is strictly concerning Alabama, correct?
Protection bill.
Protection bill. So how much of that property was purchased in Alabama?
I don't know that fact.
Okay, so we don't know if we have a problem or not, but this is to prevent a potential problem?
Correct.
Okay, so we don't know if so you're admitting that we don't know if we have a problem?
I know of several contracts, real estate contracts right now that are in contracts with China.
Okay.
In the state of Alabama.
Okay.
And some are close to your way.
Where?
Going down the interstate, going to your house.
Sir?
Going down the interstate towards your house.
In Mobile?
North of that.
Okay. How would this impact different businesses? So like we have a business in the Mobile area that is from China. How would this impact them?
It wouldn't impact them at all.
Okay.
So if this bill does pass and the governor signs it, then basically from that point on, China or the government or an entity of China could not purchase property. So this is not kicking anybody off their property. This is not kicking anybody out of their house or businesses. This is a protection bill to prevent someone from purchasing property, especially around our military bases.
What if they're already here?
Then they're already here.
So a China business that's already here what if they try to expand?
As long as they don't purchase property, they're fine.
How can you expand without purchasing property? A lot of times you're a smart guy. You know, a lot of
lot of corporations, they buy a big tract.
Yeah, they buy a big tract, but a lot of times what if you have to make some trades? You know, sometimes you have to make trade tracks in order to make the expansion that you need.
Well, then they would have to get a citizen to purchase that property or a dual citizen to purchase that property.
Okay. So this could potentially have a negative impact on economic development.
Well, you know, and I researched that, and out of the 14 states that have passed this bill, not a single negative impact has taken place to their recruiting businesses or their businesses they currently have.
But it's probably because the bill is pretty new, right?
It's not that new.
No, I'm saying, so from the 14, you said 14 states?
14 states. So
Out of the
Florida
14
and
states,
Texas just passed theirs.
So it would be difficult to determine the negative
Decades from now.
impact
I agree.
of, right, you see what I'm saying? So it's not like you have like a tremendous amount of data that you can look at to determine, well, this is the negative economic impact based off of the last 10 years of, because this is something fairly new. Would you agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me ask you, how does the Chamber of Commerce feel about this?
Actually, they're okay with it. We're going to sit down and talk before that goes up to the Senate.
All Chamber of Commerce?
The one that's over all of them.
Who is that?
Canfield.
Okay, so the development people.
Mm-hmm.
That's not the chamber. So how does the Mobile Chamber of Commerce feel about it?
I have no idea.
Is that
Nobody's reached out to me about that.
Is that a concern for you if
actually
potentially
is a concern.
one of the largest cities in the state has an issue with it? Would that be a concern for you?
It would actually be more of a concern that we've got a communist country that when a communist country tells one of their companies to do something, it's not like the land of the free like we live in. They do it or else. It's a totally different government than what we have. So it's a concern to me on the other side with the spectrum, how you're looking at it.
So are you familiar with Continental Aerospace?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that's a company in Mobile.
Okay.
So should we be looking at them as if they're the enemy?
No, it depends. Are they owned by China?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they are owned by a communist country.
So are they the enemy?
They're not so much the enemy, but they're owned by a communist country.
But you see where I'm going? So they're not really the enemy. Like they're providing jobs and economic opportunities for our citizens.
Mm-hmm.
They hadn't done, I mean, they are one of the largest manufacturers, over 300 high-paying jobs, over $75 million investment, and they're a large piston engine manufacturer in this state. But we have this legislation that will deny them the opportunity for expansion.
Correct. It will.
Right. How can this legislation better fit to target specifically who it is? Because I don't think the intent of this legislation is to cripple a company like this. Like, I think the intent of this legislation would be to target something more specific.
It's targeting communism. It's targeting communist countries that pose a threat to our country in our
But it
state.
seems like it's targeting stopping the free market system where you have this company that's creating these piston engines.
Let me ask you
right
a
here in the
question.
state of Alabama.
If you had a company and you wanted to expand, do you think China would allow you to start your company over there and expand?
I wouldn't. Well, I don't know. I've never been to China. I have no idea.
Would you go?
Would I go to China?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like Chinese food. Do you like Chinese food?
I love Chinese.
When the last time you had some Chinese food?
Today.
Today?
Yeah, I had it for lunch.
So you ate Chinese food today for lunch,
I did.
and you bringing this bill today against the Chinese, but you ate Chinese food today for lunch.
I had it for lunch.
How was the egg rolls?
One egg roll.
No egg rolls?
I had egg rolls. I had one.
Okay. Did you use chopsticks?
I did not.
You did not? Okay. As long as you use a fork, it's okay. Okay.
But so my question is too and stop me because it's your time, but
yes, sir.
Would you feel comfortable with your wife and kids going to China and having a week-long vacation?
I don't know enough about that. I'm talking about the economic development and the companies that are located here in the state of Alabama and the Chamber of Commerce and the people on the ground that's recruiting these companies to come here and the investments that they're making into our state to help our state become a better state that's employing people here in our state, I think you're casting out a wide net that end up bringing in and capturing some people that doesn't necessarily deserve or need to be captured. You see what I'm saying? Like, maybe it doesn't make sense to you, but if Continental Motors decide that they want to leave and these 300 good paying jobs leave with them and the $75 million investment leave with them, then I think we have some real serious unintended consequences, because this bill would impact people outside of the direct people that this bill was intended to impact. So, I mean, I guess that's it for my time, but maybe we'll talk again. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes a gentleman from Winston, Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The concern I have on the bill is this: the U.S. has adopted a one China policy. Taiwan is not a communist part of it. You know, they're democratic, and I think the bill, the way it's written, would prevent us from having any industrial relations, any of the Taiwanese coming in and helping do developing properties here in Alabama. You know, right now about 90% of the chips, semiconductor chips, are made in Taiwan. We're building a factory in Arizona, building a factory in Ohio. And I think the intentions are well, but I think what'll end up happening is anything connected with Taiwan based on U.S. policy would be considered, one China, and then it would prevent the Taiwanese from coming. And they're actually coming tomorrow to do a dinner here at the State House at between 5 and 7. I just think adopting this type of policy that would in effect prevent Taiwan from coming, I don't think is good, because it doesn't say necessarily, it says anything that is owned by China, and China and the U.S. actually consider Taiwan to be a one country. And that's where the concern that I have. And I just wanted to express that concern. I'm going to abstain on the bill because of that issue.
Okay.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir.
I've been really interested in the conversation we've had here about China. And you said you did a lot of research on this.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Canfield, you said he supports this bill?
He had some concerns that we're going to discuss if it makes it to the Senate.
No, I asked, did he tell you he supports this?
No, I said he had concerns that we'll discuss once it gets to the Senate. But he was.
The reason I asked you that, we were in Beijing together.
Mm-hmm.
And we were there recruiting industry for Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the question was asked to you if you knew anything about Continental Motors. Continental Motors was a U.S. company that sold out to China.
Do you agree with that?
Sure.
You agree with that?
Sure. About 300 jobs, $75 million, and the expansion till you cut it off here with the bill in Mobile. And they've been there, Continental Motors been in business 50 years.
Okay.
I understand what you're doing. I read about this bill before you even introduced it. I read about it in other states. But those states don't have a large Chinese industry in them. So they can afford to do that. That's just a political gesture. And there's a big difference between the two. I've recruited in Japan and China and a lot of other countries that some of them are communist countries. But we weren't recruiting politics, we were recruiting companies. We let the State Department handle that part of it. We weren't in charge of national security. We were doing economic development. And what you just talked about seemed to be geared more toward national security than what's best for the state. Is China a communist company? Sure it is. Do I support the communism in China? No, I don't. But we have a world economy in Alabama. We recruit all over the world.
Absolutely.
In a lot of our state, the largest industries in the state are really international industry.
Do you know how many acres of land in the state of Alabama are owned by foreign countries?
I'm sure it's a whole lot. We got a lot in Mobile, owned by Germany, owned by China, owned by Japan, owned by a lot of companies.
If you had to guess, what would you think that number is?
No, I don't know how many, and I'm sure somebody did the research for you. I didn't answer it.
1.4 million acres of Alabama are owned by different countries.
How much is it producing in the state?
Now, that's different. So,
okay,
let's say Canada. I'm sorry, it's your time.
Let me give you my
Yes, sir.
number.
I'm sorry.
Alabama export surged to over $25 billion last year. Of that $25 billion, 4.3 billion came from Germany, 3.8 billion came from China in our economic development efforts. I just want us to deal with the facts of the matter if we're going to talk about it. Sure, you know, there are a whole lot of countries. I don't know why you're not talking about Iran. I don't know why you're not talking about North Korea. I don't know why
we can talk about them as well.
Well, we don't have no foreign policy. That's not what we do here. That's not what we do.
Do we sell?
Now we can come up with some political gestures about foreign policy, but we don't do that. And I'm sure, and I don't know if you talked to them. Did you talk to the people in Washington that handle it? Did you talk to them about whether this was good for the country?
Well, they actually had the similar legislation on the federal level as well.
Where is it?
Our U.S. Senator Katie Britt's carrying it.
I didn't understand.
Our senator's carrying a very familiar legislation.
Did he pass it?
She has not passed it.
She passed it?
Not yet.
Okay. You know, I carried a lot of things here. A lot of it I got cultured on. I never did get involved with it. And I know you carried a lot of things that didn't make it either.
Part of it.
So let's just face the facts. What we are dealing here with a piece of legislation that's more a political gesture than anything else. That's really what it is.
I honestly disagree.
No, you do, because you don't know the facts. I understand what you disagree with me, because you've never been international recruiting. I understand that. And that's why I'm down here. We have spent a lot of time in this country recruiting international industry. You know, Airbus didn't come from another state. We went to Germany, France. Oh, they got a plant in China too. China. That's how they got recruited. Many of the industries that we have. And all I'm saying to you is that I know to you that gesture is important. I've seen it, you know, I know what the National Platform is. I know what that is. But I think what you need to also do is look at what negative impact it has on overall economic development in the state of Alabama. Because that has really been one of the things that beefed up the economy that we boast about. That is one of the major things that beefed up the whole state economy. And I don't think that there are a lot of people in China who are trying to get to the United States because they want to live in a free country.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And there are a lot of people in other countries. You know, that I don't want to get on the immigration laws either, but a lot of that takes place in this country. But the bottom line is that we have to be mindful of how we deal with national issues and try to fashion them into state solutions. They don't work. They don't work. There's some other things that could come up now. I would be very surprised. I watch Florida. Because normally, whatever they do, we right behind them. Well, no matter whether it has anything to do with that. I don't know why we hadn't passed something about Mickey Mouse yet. With Walt Disney, I don't know why we hadn't done something on Disney World. We follow everything else they do in Florida. But Florida is not Alabama. Florida don't have the same economy. They don't have the same industry. They don't have the same things we have. So we can just mimic 14 other states because they did it. And I just caution us to make sure that every decision we make is not strictly based on politics. Some have to be based on substance. That's really what makes us a successful state if we're going to be a successful state. And I wanted to just point that out because I think the argument I heard, and all the people came to the mic and told you about how the national economy and our safety, and I did that too. I spent some time overseas in the military too. So yeah, I've done all that. But I also know this. We can go to extremes on political posturing, national political posturing. And we do that so much, we forget about the folk who put us here. What we are doing now is carrying out a national political agenda. And I'm not just saying it happened on one side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, it happened on both sides. And we need to be very mindful of that as we go forward. And I just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Jefferson.
There's supposed to be.
Representative Rafferty.
Taiwan. There is conflicting language, and because the speaker remark about it, we want to make sure Taiwan is not included.
Are you including that little rat pack up there?
Tim Wadsworth is talking about it. We just talked to the speaker about it. Look, Taiwan is spending like $1 billion in Arizona, and you know they haven't told them.
Well, they're not a communist country. We're not.
There's a federal thing. It's got conflicting language. That's what we've been up there talking about.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker.
I'm talking about.
Is the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Just got a couple questions here. I've been listening to discussion, listening to debate here. And I think I'm kind of curious, what was the impetus of the bill that you're saying? What was the thing that has brought the bill about?
The concern of national threat from China, the communist country. It's a national threat right now.
Mm-hmm.
We've got military bases, which you know that you were in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Land's being purchased throughout our whole entire nation, and they're targeting certain places. So this will prevent any land being owned by a communist country around any military bases or anywhere by our ports, anywhere somewhere important where if they want to, they can actually utilize and use against us.
So you're saying that we want to prevent them from being able to establish military bases or harbors or anything like that here within the United States or within United States property?
To prevent them from doing anything to harm us in the future.
Well, so I can follow up with that question was asking, is there any other countries that we do this with or kind of target in this regard?
Well, I mean, they're a communist country, and like my question earlier was...
There's 5 communist countries.
There is, and we're supposed to talk about that later, but do you think you could go to China and purchase a piece of property today? No.
You could you go, that's what you're asking me?
Yeah, as a U.S. citizen, do you think you can go and buy a piece of property in China right now?
Okay. So there's almost some reciprocity then, is what you're trying to kind of get across.
The answer is yeah, no. So why would we allow them?
Well, so they are a communist country, or the CCP is. Now then, there's a distinction between the CCP and the ROC, right? So ROC would be Taiwan, which is actually its own full democracy. They have their own currency. They have their own kind of language traditions. They have their own military even, and their own procedures for how they go about doing business. But this doesn't make any distinction between the ROC or the CCP.
I'm sorry.
This bill does not make any difference between the ROC or the CCP.
Yes, it's right now as it is, we're going just towards China.
Just as far as China.
Yes.
So that means that people of Taiwan would not be able to do this.
This is Taiwan is they're not included.
Well, Taiwan is part of China.
They are completely out of this bill.
Okay. So if they're linked, they would be prevented. So China as a whole, as one country with two systems, one of those systems being Taiwan, which is democratic and not communist,
This says
they would
Chinese
still be excluded.
Correct. They got two separate governments, correct?
Okay. So, because they're a communist country, oftentimes we'll have refugees, we'll have asylum seekers, we'll have permanent residents, we'll have people immigrating from China to come here who want to escape communism or escape the oppression that they're dealing with, and be able to make sure that they can set up businesses and have prosperity and have make the American dream come true for themselves. So my question is, any individual who's a citizen of China, when you're a permanent resident, a refugee, if you're an asylum seeker, you're still a citizen of the country of origin.
That's right.
Until you become a citizen of the United States.
Or dual citizenship.
Right. So we also don't want to prevent them from being able to seek asylum here from a communist country.
That's right. Absolutely.
But also make sure that they're able to afford and make opportunity for themselves here.
Absolutely.
And I feel like this bill is taking away from that and taking away from their ability to be able to do that. They can't own property, then how can they set up opportunity?
So all they would do is come and lease a house or an apartment, work on their citizenships, and once they're citizens, they're good to go.
But it does say in here, any individual who is a citizen of China. I mean, refugees and asylum seekers would still be citizens of China.
To purchase land, so they could come and lease property and then work on getting their citizenship. Once they get that, they're good to go.
But is that real ownership? Is that real wealth generation if you can't own the property that you're trying to work on?
Do what?
Is that real wealth generation if you can't own the property? Say they were excellent farmers and wanted to farm and were able to purchase land in order to do it that way. You're still saying that they would have to go through a leasing system to do that.
Yeah, they can lease a property until they become citizens.
And once again, we're talking about people who are trying to escape communism.
That's right.
Right.
Don't you think, though, a communist country would use certain citizens to come over to do their work?
Well, I mean, I know that we don't do this for Vietnam. We don't do this for Laos. We don't do this for, any other of the communist, any 5 of the communist countries. If we wanted to do it, why would we not, do it with other authoritarian or totalitarian states that we might see? I think somebody's mentioned Iran. What about Russia? Is that something that you would be wanting to bring to the table as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. I think you said that 1.4 million acres of Alabama is owned by another country. Okay. So my question for that is it owned by another country or is it owned by citizens of another country?
Different countries. So like Canada actually is a good neighbor to have.
Sure, absolutely.
And they have tons of forestry properties and they do well. They're not a threat to our nation.
Right.
So, I mean, they're a good neighbor to have and they own a ton of it.
Yeah, but but is it countries that owns 1.4 million of these acres of Alabama land, or is it citizens of these
countries and citizens and, I mean, just as a whole, businesses from that country?
Okay. So, I mean, there's a private entities too. So the thing is, in China, like, there's no such thing as a private entity, right? Like, if there's a corporation, it's going to be owned in part and parcel of China. They're going to have some control over it, which is what some of the concern is over some of the technologies and platforms that might be making be popular here, right? So, but what I'm saying is, do we do this same kind of blanket all the way from the Chinese government all the way down to individual citizens of the government? Do we have this policy for any other country in our statute here currently in Alabama?
No.
Okay, so China, this will be the first one.
This will be the first one.
The first time we've ever taken this kind of blanket approach. Well, so then why aren't we not doing it with Laos, or why are we not doing it with Vietnam?
I'm going after threats. That's our number one deal with this bill is the threat to our country. You know, and that's the thing.
So Laos and Vietnam might not be a threat, but might be a legitimate trade partner.
They're not a threat to us.
Okay. But we're still at an issue where I think we want to do we do business with all sorts of folks who are from countries that don't necessarily have our best interests at heart, who are not, who might be our adversaries even. And I'm wondering, what are some other countries that you might consider putting on this list that you would want to prevent, who would be significant threats to the U.S. That you would want to put on that list?
I mean, I think North Korea is 100% a threat to our country.
What was that?
North Korea.
North Korea.
Iran. I think from the recent events with Russia, they've got to be a threat to us as well.
Okay. But we don't, that's not in this bill. That's not covered here in this bill.
That is
correct?
not in the current bill. That's correct.
Okay. So I'll say, once again, my main problem is the kind of the discriminatory framework here. You don't make any exceptions for people from Taiwan, which would not be doing the bidding or business of China. You're not making any exceptions for permanent residents, refugees, asylum seekers, people that are coming over to this country, and they're going to then be greeted and faced with discrimination as soon as they get here, as they're trying to open up opportunity for themselves. What about people who are citizens, who are dual citizens or permanent residents here in the U.S. that already own a business or own property?
They're fine.
Are you saying that this property will then be confiscated?
No,
from them?
not at all.
Because I don't see a grandfather clause in here either.
No,
saying
this bill is only for the future. Future purchases. That's it.
Where does it say that in the bill?
Where does it not say that in the bill?
Well, I'm just asking, where does it outline that specifically in
Once
the bill?
it's signed, it prevents people from purchasing property.
Well, just because it becomes effective on that date does not mean it can't be, considered retroactive. You can't look back and still say, what more we can do at that point.
No, this is from now, if it passes.
Okay. Well, my time's almost up, but
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you for answering the question.
Recognized as the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let me start here. What's up, man? I'm good, yeah.
I just let me read the article where he said they cut the microphone all the time for attention. I don't need no attention. I get plenty of attention myself, So what I need attention for? And for him to address a colleague and say something like, she's crazy, she's excitable, she gets upset, she's sick. That was wrong.
Thank you, man.
I hope if it had been me, I'll be still on the microphone right now, Mr. Speaker, because the fact that what he did to one van was wrong. I thought it was terrible for another legislator said about another legislator. All he said in jest. It was wrong. I think he owes her an apology. He owes me an apology. He owes everybody here an apology. Because what he did was terrible. It's all over the airways. I walked down the hallway. I walked downtown. Somebody out the hall, they said, "Are y'all just trying to get attention?" I don't need attention. I've been getting attention. I came here with Steve Claus. And we used to fight all day, all night. We stay here all night, sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning. You know what we do here in the morning? We go drink the beer together.
In the morning?
In the morning. We did it in the morning. And right now, there's a colleague of mine that's in bad shape, that's John T. I'm going to get a representative coming, John T. right now, but we have been in the old chamber, had to walk across the hall back and forth. And we used to fight like mad dogs. But he'll tell you, we all hugged each other and when it got it over with. But in this house now, there's a little kind of meanness right now in this house that I hate to see. And for one colleague said something about another colleague, whether it's jest in the paper, anyway, it's wrong. And this is why I'm concerned about this bill about China. It has a little twinge to it, you know what I'm talking about? Is that the federal government ought to be the one pulling the trigger on China. But when Ronald Reagan broke the union, sent textile mills all across the water to China, China owns the United States. You realize how much do they owe us? We owe them. If China was to pull a plug on the United States for things we buy from them, we'd be in bad shape. You don't think so? You think so, Steve Hagan? You know how much we buy from China? How much do they import from China to us?
How much what, sir?
How much do we import from China to the United States?
Import?
Yeah, just think about it.
Probably quite a bit, but this has nothing to do with importing.
Well, you said, what you saying, we need to, about real estate.
Just buying property, yes, sir.
Hey, well, if you can't sell a piece of property, it's bad shape, so you sell to anybody. One of your van right there know about a property I own. She'll tell you right now, I own so many property, I can't get rid of it. I can't pay taxes on this, on so much. I'm not bragging, but she'll tell you herself.
Where's this property at?
She know I had that property one day, she saw it. She said, that's just, hey, you want to buy something?
I don't know. That depends where it's at.
I'm trying to say this to my father on it, but the bottom line is just she was surprised I owned the property, just owned in her area. But the problem I want to tell you about is that I was so concerned about the article I read. I just read it. That was terrible.
What? Refresh me on the article, sir.
Article talk about legislative eyebrows. She sick and she dazed off and she and that she's drugged. She's drugging. She drugged all that kind of. I think at least whoever said that owe her apology.
Well, I haven't had a chance to read.
I'm too embarrassed to show it to you.
Show it to me.
I just read it myself, and I was appalled at what was said, and then repeated over and over. And now it had been me. I'm from the old school. I started fighting. I don't. Sometimes I don't like. Sometimes I don't want to discuss it. I just want to start fighting.
I think you and I grew up a lot alike.
Hey, hit the foot.
Representative Rogers, is this germane to the bill?
The bill is something that bothers me because it's like it's singling out one particular race.
Representative Rogers, is this germane to the bill?
Yes, it is. It's germane because of the fact that I'm talking about Chinese. I'm talking. Hey, I like Chinese food. I just had an egg roll the other day, but I had it with one in the van. She and I had an egg roll together. I said, "Why don't you like this Chinese food?" She said, "Yeah, that's what it's egg roll. We had an egg roll together. Hey, then we had some Chinese rice with it on the side." I said, "Do I get a Mexican bean with the Chinese rice?" Hey, now, are you gonna rule out all these Chinese food places I can't go eat no egg rolls or something like that?
Absolutely not. No.
Hey, but suppose they got the Chinese place on a piece of land that China owns. I mean, if they call it dead end to China, we call it dead end, could we pay it? We always sent a resolution to Washington asking them to censure China. And what bothers me right now is that if Russia goes into a war, it'll be Third World War.
They're in a war right now.
They're in a war right now, but then China talk about helping them. And I don't like that. But I think the federal government ought to be taking a stance against China. That's what ought to happen. I think doing it down this level, it had no effect.
Well, I'll say our legislators are trying. They represent us.
What I said again?
Our legislators in D.C. are trying to do that.
Well, I'm with you 100%. But can we? Well, they tell me we can't afford it. If China called it a dead end to the United States, can we pay it?
We can't pay it.
I mean, that's what scares me. We can't pay it. So therefore, we leave them alone. We try to turn our head, but what bothers me is if Russia keep going where they're going, and China decides that gets in with them, we got to have a whole world war. They can't get no land in over here because of the fact that I see where you're going. But I just wanted to say that I think we need to push it to a higher level. Us doing this down at this level had no effect on them.
It does have effect. They won't be able to purchase land in the state.
In the state? Mm-hmm. Well, if they can purchase land anywhere else in the United States, in Washington, I mean, that's where we always send in the resolution to Washington, asking them to deal with China. But they're scared to do it. You know why?
Why's that?
They can't afford to. Mm-hmm. They cannot afford to because of the fact that they're holding our dollars. China has us by the pocketbook. And it's hard for them to deal with. It's hard for us to deal with China. Because we didn't have to do that, though. We could have been independent. And can you imagine if we had a world war and China, all those Chinese have come? I'm glad I'm old enough that they be like, we got to draft you. You got to go. You got to go there.
What's the age of draft? What's the highest age of draft?
I think it used to be 18.
18 to what?
18 to 25, 24, wasn't it?
I think it's higher than that. I think
18.
There's different levels. I think that's the first level.
If you start fighting Chinese, I'm going to get.
And the gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. You did a good job, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the lady from Mobile, Representative Drummond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That sounds good.
Thank you.
With the leader.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm sorry, we went blank. I've been sitting there listening, and I want to make sure I've got this accurate and I'm following my two colleagues who spoke about Mobile. If we have an existing business that has been sold to China, will your bill affect them? And if so, how?
No, ma'am, it will not.
It will not. So they will be exempt. But what if they wanted to expand? Because they have over the years. We have about 300 high-paying jobs right now. And I think one of my colleagues told you they're making the piston engines. If they wanted to expand in Mobile, and it's located on Brooklyn, which we have done wonderful things in Mobile, and Brooklyn is one of those entities where we're getting ready to put a new airport. We've got a lot of industry, high-paying jobs there from Airbus to Continental Motors. So if they wanted to expand and create more jobs in the Mobile area, will they be allowed to purchase land in order to do that?
Okay, so the answer is yes and no. So if they've got, of course, room on their current parcel, yes. But if they don't, the bill says nothing about them leasing property to expand.
Wait a minute, they have to already own the land to expand?
So let's say that I own, I don't know, a business, and I'm only using 2/3 of that business. Well, then after this, if it passes, I can expand that other third, and it doesn't matter.
But what if they don't own it?
Okay, so if they don't own and they want to expand, technically they could, but they can't buy it. They have to lease it. They will not be owners. So China will not be the owner of that property.
So what if that doesn't fit the business plan? Because I think they, if that doesn't fit the business plan, so they can't go, if it's much more business friendly to go and purchase that land as opposed to leasing it, because as you know, it's going to cost more money if you lease.
Well, a lot of companies and factories lease their properties. Just like we passed that big incentive bill where we're building facilities for them to either purchase or lease. So a lot of companies do that all the time.
But I'm still trying to understand, because your bill doesn't say that specifically. I've read it, and I was sitting there trying to, if I'd heard that answer, I wouldn't have come down. But I was trying to hear the answer that if they wanted to expand, could they? So you're telling me yes and no. They can, but they don't need to buy the land. They need to lease the land.
Correct.
And if that does not fit if that does not fit their overall business plan, they still have to lease.
Correct. That is correct. So from this moment on, if this bill is passed, China or China's citizen cannot purchase land in the state of Alabama, period. Now, if you're a dual citizen, that's different. If you want to lease, that's different. If you want to come over from that country and become a citizen and go through the proper measures.
But we're not talking about, for me, please don't keep talking about citizens. I am talking about a business in Mobile that has 300 high-paying jobs. The economic value to our community is $75 million.
And that will not change.
Let me tell you something else about Continental Motors. Not only do they make those piston engines, but they've been in business in Mobile for 50 years. Mm-hmm. And over those 50 years, they didn't start at 300 jobs. They have expanded over the years. And what I'm hearing you say, that if they want to buy the land that may fit into their business plan, they won't be allowed to do that, but they can lease the land.
Yes, if they're China-owned company. I do want to ask a question. Now, have they owned it? Has China owned that for 50 years?
It was sold to China.
How long ago?
I don't know the year of anything, but I know that they've been in Mobile for nearly 50 years.
Okay.
And the company was purchased by China.
Okay.
And it went from a smaller company to what we're seeing today. Mm-hmm. They have a big economic value. And I'm standing here because I know many people who work for that industry right now. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm sitting back there. I hear what your intent is, but your intent, I think, is going to damage not just Mobile. I would think there are other companies around the state that would want a business plan where they want to expand, where Americans are working at that establishment, because I know that's what's happening in Mobile. And what I'm standing here telling you is that I think that we need to, I don't know if an amendment is going to come or what, but I think we need to think that through, because it's going to hurt those that are already in communities that are well established, and those communities depend upon those jobs and that economic value to that community. You see what I'm saying?
I understand.
I don't think you want to hurt those.
I don't want to hurt the economy. And out of all the states that have passed this in the past, it has not, which me and Representative Bracy talked about earlier, which it is new, and we have not been decades past this bill passing, but.
Would you entertain an amendment just to say existing business would be exempt? Or there's an exception for those? Because like I said, this business has been in Mobile for 50 years. They were purchased by China. They have 300 jobs. They've got an economic impact.
I agree a whole.
So would you
100%.
Take that as a friendly amendment? And I mean, there may be others that are in here. I don't know. I'm here standing for Mobile.
So you're saying if it's established before this law, if it passes, could expand,
Because when I look at the evolution of this particular business, and Brooklyn is in my district, so I've seen this business grow. I've seen Brooklyn take off. And so it stands to reason I'm standing here because I know people who work there, one of those 300. And it's high-paying jobs. They're contributing to our local economy. They're contributing to Alabama's economy. And I just think that I know what you're trying to do because I, like you, I've seen all of that. I know all of these communist nations. And I know how they treat women, and I don't like all of that. But what I'm saying is that I think that there needs to be some exception for those who have the investment that we have in our communities now, because I know your intent is not to hurt a business like Continental Motors in Mobile.
I agree. I mean, that is not my intent. My intent
I know that's not your intent.
Our citizens of the state of Alabama, period.
So would you entertain and give me a minute and I'll go get something to exempt those businesses that are established in these communities? Now, I would like to say just Mobile, but I know that there are others.
Let me ask you this real quick, and I'm just curious. Who does the executives of that company that you're talking about, who do they answer to?
Let me put it this way. Representative Drummond, I don't deal with the executives as much as I do with the 300 people that work there. So I'm not way up there, I'm down there. That's how come I got elected, because I'm always doing the bidding of the people who work in these establishments. And I know the footprint of this organization. If you drive into Brooklyn, they have expanded to what they are today, and it is a major contributor in our local economy. That's why our chamber red flagged us and said, look, y'all are gonna hurt this business.
I think there's an amendment being worked on that is
I was told that somebody was working on one.
Somebody just texted me, so I think they're working on it.
Okay.
Right now.
Can I go back and look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're going to take it as a friendly amendment? I don't have to bring it. You can get another Republican
They
to
can
bring
just
it.
add to it. It don't matter.
Okay.
I would prefer it to be one amendment.
Okay, well, I'll go back and I only stood up because I'm concerned about that.
I understand.
That footprint.
And it's
I
not my
know that
intent
I know your heart. That's not
to
your
hurt
intent.
our economy.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for agreeing to take a look at that. Gonna try to stay germane as possible to this legislation. But I do want to compliment you on a few things. You know, we've had some pretty
Sorry about that.
Okay, you gonna give my time back?
I will.
Okay.
After this, I'll give you 10 seconds.
We've had some pretty involved debate, you and I.
We have.
And it's always been very respectful. And even in this process, even though I disagree, I'm going to continue to be respectful to you.
I agree.
And when we look at just the way we should treat each other, we should always be statesmen, whether we agree or disagree. And even if one of us, even if I disagree with you so much that when I leave here, I still have a responsibility to be a statesman because of the decorum that this house requires and sets for us to operate under. And to me, that decorum goes on beyond just being on the House floor. It's my responsibility to be a gentleman to you, whether we're on the House floor or whether we're in committee or whether we're out eating lunch or wherever the case may be. All the time, that's not the case. And
Not
you know,
when you and I.
we witnessed some things the other day that some people did not like. And then we witnessed some things that became unbecoming, I think, of members of this body. And I think when any members of this body target other members, it takes away from the respectability and the decorum that you and I have to these debates, because there's so many issues that we are just not going to agree on.
I agree with that.
But even though we don't agree on them, I'm never going to personally attack you.
Nor will I.
Right, because we respect each other.
That's right.
And just to read some of the things that we read today and to hear some of the things, it was surprising and it was unbecoming and it was not done in a manner that we would respectfully disagree. Whether it was on any circumstance or any terms, we just wouldn't do that.
Mr. Speaker, I request to carry this over to call the chair.
Okay.
That is request carried over call and chair. All in favor, say aye. It has been carried over to the call of the chair.
No.
I second that motion.
Clerk, call next bill on the calendar.
They're just gonna kill me.
On page 41 of the calendar, House Bill number 349 by Representative Garrett, relating to the Board of Optometry.
Chair recognizes Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Today, I'm bringing a bill that would basically expand on a limited basis the scope of optometry practice in the state of Alabama. Optometrists operate across the state in 57 counties. Contrast that to ophthalmologists only being located in 24 counties. Now, I want to point out that the optometry law has not been expanded since 1995. I'm going to dwell on that just a minute. 1995 was the last time that the optometry law had been expanded. In 1995, we didn't have smartphones. Grandparents and parents will know about what fruit pouches are. Those didn't exist either. We didn't have GPS. We didn't have social media. Love to go back to those days. We couldn't text. That didn't exist. We didn't stream music. We didn't have online banking. We didn't have live streaming or recording of television shows. Didn't have online shopping. Didn't have disposable contact lens. Didn't have Wikipedia, didn't have Febreze, a lot of us need that, didn't have Google, didn't have Uber, and Representative Brock Colvin was not born. So it's been a long time since that law's been changed. What this bill does is some very limited scope expansion, which optometrists are trained to do, and which they do in other states. I've been carrying this legislation for 7 years. And in 1998, I started in 2014. In 1998, when I came here, one state had expanded the optometry practice. That was Oklahoma in 1998. Kentucky followed in 2011, then Louisiana in 2014. Look what's happened since. Alaska in 2017, Arkansas 2019, Mississippi 2021, Wyoming 2021, Colorado 2022, Virginia 2022. You can see where we're going. This gives limited ability to do 3 procedures they're already trained to do that are not invasive. What this bill does not allow them to do, in fact, specifically excludes them from being able to do anything involving injections into the eyeball, cataract surgery, muscle surgery, retinal surgery, radiokeratotomy, refractory laser surgery, which is LASIK, can't do that, cryosurgery, peripheral iridotomy. So basically, this limits it to 3 basic procedures that they do. Now, I want to talk about scope of practice expansion. We just passed earlier on this chart, on this calendar, a scope of medical practice expansion. It seems that this is really a turf situation. The medical community is willing to expand scope within their box. Outside that box, it's a turf thing. Right now, if I call my doctor, I'm probably going to get an appointment with a nurse practitioner. I'm probably going to have a telephone appointment with a nurse practitioner. Several years ago in this body, we allowed midwifery in Alabama. So we have midwives practicing all over the state. Several months ago, I went to Tuskegee University, went to a medical kiosk where I walked in and self-assessed myself. I had somebody on the screen that I was interacting with in another state, but I was able to get a self-medical assessment. And all that is basically trying to help healthcare access. That's why doctors allow network practitioners to expand. That's why we're doing these other things. But we haven't seen a growth in ophthalmologists in the state. There's no plan to increase ophthalmology. So what I submit is this is just a very limited scope of expansion that will provide additional access to what my optometrists are already trained to do. And certainly since 1995, we can have limited scope expansion. So Mr. Speaker, with that, I ask for the BIR.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Representative Cole.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to thank you for your passion and your dedication and determination to carry this bill. I want to thank you for the work ethic that you show every day to the caucus and the entirety of this body. It does not go unnoticed. You've mentioned to me about how medicine advances is the right to evaluate the standards of medical providers that it's charged with. I agree with you that eye care has changed dramatically since 1995. And it is absolutely imperative that the state continue to move forward to maintain the highest quality of care for its constituents. I also agree that it is time this distinguished body consider that the state optometrists have the ability to operate at the maximum part of their level of their license. I know I'm a brand new legislator and I'm learning something new every day because there's a lot to learn. And I'm working hard to contribute in a way that's good for my district, this body, and the state as a whole. And I know that you do the same. But when it comes to this bill, Mr. Chairman, I feel compelled to come to the mic, although I rarely do, because I agree with the concept of this bill, but I do have some concerns on the specifics within this bill's content. I have some concerns about the expansive nature of this bill, because in my profession, I've been trained in immunology. I understand that vaccines can be more complex than they seem and dangerous if administered improperly to a patient and do them harm. I have concerns at this fact that this legislation gives an optometrist who may not have had quite the depth of clinical training, except it relates to the eye, the opportunity to administer vaccines. I've heard from some constituents who question that part of the bill. I've also heard from ophthalmologists who are certified who are using the current proposed lasers on the eye. This bill seems to require less training for optometrists at laser than the amount of depth or training that an ophthalmologist undergoes. I find that concerning and wish the bill had required the same level and length of time and training as at least ophthalmologists go through. Mr. Chairman, again, I applaud you for bringing the bill to the House floor. I've spoken to the concerns of my constituents that have expressed to me, but I've also received communications from several people, notably in the rural communities, that are in support of this bill. I understand that people that live in rural communities deserve the same access to care, but I have concerns about those training levels, as I've mentioned, that might cause a difference in their care. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for listening to my concerns, and thank you again for your dedication to this body.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Representative Shirey. Also would like to recognize his wife that's with us today, Mary Shirey. Glad to have you with us today, Miss Mary.
Chairman Garrett, I appreciate your work on this bill. I think it's a very good bill. I think we do need to pass it to expand access and allow our optometrists to practice to the full scope of their ability. I'd like to address two things. First of all, the training that we're required to have and required to have in this bill. That training was modeled after ophthalmology residency, where they're required to do 10 procedures. We are also required to do 10 procedures in this bill, and we're required to do those 10 under the direct supervision of an ophthalmologist. The other thing I'd like to address is the vaccine part of the bill. The vaccine part of the bill was actually put in the bill by ophthalmology. It was recommended by them. And with that, thank you very much for bringing this bill.
Thanks, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson. Be the third person on the BIR.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman Garrett, I commend you as well. You've been working with this bill several years. I've been contacted by a lot of optometrists in the rural Alabama area. Now, what is this bill actually does, make it very clear to the people of the state. In urban areas, I had to leave my little hometown of Thomasville and go all the way to Mobile, which is 102 miles away, to see an ophthalmologist. There's plenty of optometrists in Thomasville and Clark County, but I was referred to Mobile to get my surgery. And it's really, it put people in a very precarious situation. We was able to get there, but there are a lot of people that are unable. They have to pay somebody to take them. You know, I was told a person had to pay at least $35 to go to the rural health clinic without transportation. So this is going to help. I've been attacked both ways. I've been told not to support it, but when you think about the need and what is best for those that are in greater need, and that's where we have overlooked a lot. People that need it the most should get the most. I read this morning on sitting out when my car broke down. Alabama is 48 in healthcare and education in the nation. 43 in wanting to have a state that you would like to live in. So we need help. And this is a way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Madison, Leader Daniels.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I guess all of us are loving on this bill, on the BIR. I will say this, I did hear some numbers that you mentioned about 57 counties. I think it's 57 you mentioned that have optometrists, 24 that have ophthalmologists. And I remember coming into the legislature in 2014, and we started really dealing with these issues about expanding scope of service. And since that particular point, I have not seen an increase in the number of ophthalmologists into the state. And so we've had 10 years of dealing with this issue. And I understood that there was some compromise and some meetings of the minds where they never could reach an agreement on anything. And so there's a lot of confusion out there around that. I've had calls from folks on both sides of this issue. But for me, when I think about communities and I think about the scope of service that the optometrists are asking for, I don't think it's unreasonable. However, when I look at this piece of legislation and I put it beside other pieces of legislation in other states, this is actually the most restrictive piece of legislation of expanding scope of service. And they're still not happy. And so for me, during this time in the interim, we should have been focusing on the recruitment of ophthalmologists to be able to come in and throughout the state. But there are people in the state of Alabama that certainly need access to some of these services. And I'm told, and based upon my reading, the optometrists do have a lot of training in the areas that they're asking for the scope of service to be expanded to. There could be some that are questionable, but I think for me, that could be problematic. And so I think that where you are, I mean, this is a good piece of legislation. I applaud you for bringing it. I know it's been a long time coming. We've been dealing with this. But I think in the future, I think that we really have to, groups that are out there that's opposing certain things to be opposed to it, got to really start working together, figuring out ways, because at the end of the day, our responsibility is figuring out how can we get the best quality service. We're expanding that access so that all of our citizens have access to it.
not in certain zip codes or certain communities that are larger in population only having access. And so if access is and outcomes and getting individuals access to these services, that's going to be our focus. And so we're not trying to compromise quality with expanding these services, because this is the most restrictive piece of legislation that expands. And so I think at some point, those individuals that are opposed has got to come to the realization and understand that, hey, I know they're thinking, okay, what's next? But have conversations. Don't walk away from the table when you're in the heat of negotiation. Operate in the light, not in the dark. Because at the end of the day, I've heard more from the opposition this weekend than I've heard from them in the last 8 months. But I've been hearing from the individuals that are in support of this legislation for some time, and they've been consistent in their communication and answering any questions. And so I think that that's important to me, and I think that should be important to the members. Now, there are always going to be fear tactics used, and rightfully so. When you're opposed to something, that's kind of how folks operate. But I think for me, I just want us to be able to operate in good faith with each other and understand that at the end of the day, our job is to make certain that Alabamians have access to these services. And that's what we're going to focus on. And if you're not focusing on recruiting more specialists into the state of Alabama so that that doesn't drive a demand, then these are things that we're going to consider. And so give us other options. But at the end of the day, you got to work with the people that are in front of you. Now, I do know that, there's always disagreement, and disagreement happens all the time. But I think that for us, we just got to be respectful of each other and respectful to each other. And it's important that we're respectful to each other, just like I'm talking about the groups that had an ample opportunity to deal with this issue. And it's the same way with the issue it's the same way with anything that we're doing in this chamber. And so for me, I think it's a great piece of legislation. I think it is a bit more restrictive than I anticipated. But this is a start. And so for those individuals that are in the profession, I applaud them for what they do to serve the people of Alabama and in doing this expanded scope of services. And when one of the things that they did use, they talked about a laser. And when I started researching the type of laser that they're referring to, when you think about a laser and you thinking about it in your mind and you're using your imagination, it's a lot more dramatic than they are actually explaining. They're explaining it in a way to where it scares you. And that's what they're supposed to do because they're on the opposite side. But when you look at examples of what they're referring to, I mean, come on, guy, I may be able to do that. Not saying that I want to expand the scope of service for non-certified persons like myself, but I do think that, and I recall it may have been 20 years ago, where the numbing for dilating was not something that optometrists could do but when you go through that process, you're like, it's hard to mess up. And then the last point that I want to make is, let's think about the malpractice insurance, for example, for a minute. If the insurance companies that are issuing malpractice insurance are not coming out opposing the expanded scope of service, I don't know them not to take any risk. I don't know any malpractice insurance company is going to want to get sued every day or risk something that's going to cause more problems and lawsuits long term. And so because the folks that are offering the malpractice insurance are not opposing this piece of legislation, that gives me, it makes me wonder what is the real issue here. And so I guess my question is to the opposition is, if the risk was so great on expanding the scope of service, why aren't the insurance companies opposing this piece of legislation? And so I think that at some point we got to come to the realization that come to the table, work with the other side, and move forward. And if you're not going to come to the table, you're not going to solve the problem, then legislatively, we're going to have to be in position to solve the problem. And that's one of those moments. Today is one of those moments. And so thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm with you 100%. And I applaud you for bringing this legislation.
Mr. Leader, I want to thank you for bringing it. You make some very good points. Number one, about this being the very restricted piece of legislation. what is being allowed to do under this bill is very limited to what is done in other states. And in fact, the optometrist would tell you there's probably about 6 or 7 other procedures they feel should be on here. This has 3 procedures which they already diagnose. The second is, you mentioned the malpractice insurance. In these other states where the scope has been expanded, we've not seen any increase in the malpractice insurance premiums. And then finally, I'll make the point that this is just providing additional access. People can still choose to go where they want to go. If you would rather drive to an ophthalmologist or use one for whatever reason, that's certainly within your purview. This would just allow the optometrists to do what they're trained to do on a very limited scope, like you say, one of the most restrictive in the country.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machines and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded votes 91 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has passed. Chairman Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for final passage.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Barber, Representative Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I talked with you several times. I remember me telling you one time that I was glad you was in the position you was in, that you was a good man. You remember me telling you that?
I do. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, you are a good man. And I wanted to say 1 or 2 things. Last week we was in a controversial bill. We got closer. And I hope this bill don't get closer. I know a few weeks ago we played ball together. I'm an 85-year-old man. I'm out there playing ball. So look, everybody was hugging one another's neck, shaking one another's hand, drinking Kool-Aid together. Did I see you drinking some Kool-Aid too?
Yes, sir.
Coach, y'all beat us 11-7, but it was everybody got along. Everybody got along. And when I came to this body in 2010, it looked like everybody got along. And you're not gonna get along. You're not gonna agree on everything. But this bill, I represent District 84. It's a poor district. Poor people living in it. And I got a friend got to go to the doctor one day next week. She in the late 70s. And she got to have this procedure did in Dothan, Alabama. She 50 miles from Dothan. Where she live at, she is less than a quarter mile to the doctor's office. All she got to do is walk down the hill to the doctor's office on Broad Street, and you follow she at the doctor's office. But she got to pay somebody. She walking on a cane. She got to pay somebody to take her to Dothan. That's going to cost a lot of money. So I'm for this bill 100%. Glad you carrying it. And I talked to more doctors this week. They were talking to me about life, Some on the other side and some on this side. But I appreciate what you've done. And this gonna help the folks in my county, Polk County. I represent 3 counties, and all 3 of them is Polk County, and the people that's needed. And that's what I was sent here for, to help my folks. Not just my folks, but the whole state of Alabama. I may represent District 84, but I represent all the folks in Alabama when something come up good. Chris England came in, was here last week, and the bill we got closed on, he said, "This is the worst bill I ever seen." Well, this is the best bill I ever seen since I've been here. And I hope everybody's mind is made up. Let's vote for this bill. So the folks, this lady's watching us right now, she at home. She gonna be jumping up shouting, praising the Lord that she ain't got to drive to Dothan and do no more procedure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Limestone, Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you were talking earlier about 33 counties that has ophthalmologists.
27, actually.
Okay, 27. Then so that leaves 33 that does not have it, but has the optometrist. Then that's 10 that does not. And with this expansion of practices, we can get more, at least in those 10, that may have enough work that someone can put a practice in. But I was reading in 1998, Oklahoma, Kentucky, and Louisiana passed a bill that allowed this. They have had over 100,000 procedures in those offices since 1998, eye laser procedures. There's been 0 unexpected complications, 0 malpractice, and 0 regulatory events. That's pretty good that training that they've had that has allowed those things. At one time, I was sort of on the fence with this bill. You know, we've had this bill off and on for
7 years for me.
Yeah. And a few years ago, I had this little thing on my eyelid, like a little grain of sand, and I scratched it a lot. All of a sudden, it started growing. And my wife says, you need to go get that checked out. And it sort of started looking so bad, I could have qualified for the bar scene in Star Wars, you know, one of those weird people thing. And of course, to yourself, you're more conscious of what that is. You think everybody in the world sees it, but probably not. Well, I went to my eye doctor, and she says, it needs to come off. And she said, I could do it. I'm trained, but I'm not able to do it because of the scope of practice. I'll call Huntsville and we'll get it lined up. She comes back and she says it'll be about 5.5 weeks before they can get to you. And I thought, Lord have mercy, this thing keeps growing. I won't be able to see this tag be hanging in my eye. She said, I'll call Birmingham. I said, great. Came back, it'll be about 4 weeks before they can see you. And I thought, well, I've got cataract surgery lined up. Am I going to be able to wait that long? Will they do it, you know, here? And she said, I don't know. Let me call Nashville. So they called Nashville, and they had a branch in Murfreesboro. This was on a Thursday. They could see me Tuesday morning. So I went out of state. Hour and 45-minute drive, 10 minutes to take that little tag off. Hour and 45-minute drive back. So access, I think, is one of the most important things. And I was on the fence, but after having that experience and reading about this and studying about this and the opportunities for our folks to do it and do it right and provide the access to our citizens in Alabama, it's a great bill. And I look forward to supporting you on it. And thank you so much for bringing it.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Marengo, Representative McCampbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I live in a rural area, and I have constituents that, well, in rural areas, and I'll just say it this way. In a rural area, we are always 2 hours away from the major medical providers that we may need. And so this bill would allow the ability for those that are at least in our communities to be able to serve the people in the community. Because we have people that have problems even getting to go to the grocery store to get their food. So if they are having problems with their eyes, and we have an optometrist in the area that is qualified to do something, would have the ability and the training to do it. But because we don't have the vision or the ability to see the need in these communities, but we are going to say, okay, this you've got to go to an ophthalmologist to get it done. But yet and still, like Representative Crawford said, you make a call, and because of the number of limited ophthalmologists in our area, you can make a call today with something that is serious. And you may not get a chance to see one for 5 weeks, 6 weeks. What happens in the meantime? That's the question we have to ask ourselves. So I'm very supportive of this bill. It will do wonders in my area. I have some friends that are ophthalmologists, and they do what they do where they are, but they make it rough on the people in my area to get to them. So I appreciate you bringing this bill. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Hale, Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Was the gentleman here?
Yes, sir.
When was the last time you said the scope of practice was expanded? What year?
1995.
1995. 1995 was many years ago. And I was just thinking about that, reflecting back as an engineering student back a few years. And, you know, that we had just stopped using those things where we had to punch the cards. You know, you had to walk around with file cards. You kind of, and then when we used to engineering school, we used to have to do surveying. If you remember, the surveying, we used to have to do it, you know, none of this technology now where we have a central point where it radio still, we had to make sure we get the angle and then get the correct turns and make sure you get that. And, you know, when you're doing the step downs and stuff like that. But, you know, technology has changed so much nowadays. And, you know, eye care is important. I've actually worn glasses ever since I was in the 2nd grade. They've been very important. Of course, my first time was ophthalmologist. But since that time, all my children wear eyeglasses. And just a few weeks ago, I had a little growth on my eye since we've been here in the legislature. And I had been to an ophthalmologist and said, oh, just fat-tish, don't worry about it. But then I went to a friend who's an optometrist and said, you really need to get that, and I'm going to recommend you to some ophthalmologists. So for spring break this year when we were sessions, I spent that Thursday at Callahan Eye Hospital getting a growth removed by an ophthalmologist. And I think that was great for what they were doing in that and making that. So, but there's so much that an optometrist can do. Rural areas like I serve, the ability to be accessible, even urban areas, you know, they are the people that we see at the Walmart, you know, that's providing some air care. They are the ones that we see in the little shopping centers that provide eyeglasses and everything. Everybody doesn't have that money to, you know, just spend going in to see an eye doctor and charging for procedures that really don't need. So, you know, this bill to me is just a way to open up, you know, eye care availability and make it more accessible because, you know, I tell you, I'm reached this point in my age that I'm really lost without my glasses now, you know. And so just to be able to meet that need, and then when you talk about it particular, you know, I know older people, you know, I have parents of 93 and 92, and they really don't need to see an ophthalmologist, you know, but just maintenance, stuff like that. But in the ability to access an optometrist locally to do a minor eye exam and to check and stuff like that. And then what do we talking about these lasers, you know, as you said, they want to blow them up. But, you know, if you in the construction industry nowadays, you know, most time like the roofing tiles that are set in place, they use a laser. You know, it's a beam that shoots around the room. You know, it doesn't interfere with anything. They use that laser to set the lines and stuff like that. It doesn't cause any problem, but it's a laser, you know. So it's not, in the demonstration that I've seen from the laser and everything, it is not, like you said, something that's sitting there burning a hole in fire. It's just a simple procedures that these people are well trained and be well trained to utilize. And, you know, and to be able to give somebody eye pressure relief when you feel that you identify, because if they don't get the relief, they possibly lose the sight. I think it's time that we just recognize that it's time to make change. Technology has changed. The machine that they're making nowadays, you know, and I always think about it when they tell you to look at that little balloon, you know, they always, I don't know why everybody loves that little balloon and what you look at, which one is better. But it's the same machine that you know, that you deal with and everything. It's the same machine that's available, and then the training and technology. It makes so much sense that these people, you know, these are not somebody that just went to a two-year trade school. These are people who have finished a college career, and these are people who then went on and spent 4 years at an optometry school. You know, yeah, ophthalmology is different, but you know, I kind of understand healthcare. My late wife was a medical doctor. I understand, you know, the training that they go through residency. Sure, if you're going to be an ophthalmologist, then you would have went to a medical doctor. Then you would have, you know, because understand, ophthalmologists don't train for medical school for do eye surgery. The ophthalmologist part becomes only after he completes his residency, and then they make a decision, well, this is what I'm going to go into, and then they do their residency training and stuff like that to become, you know, proficient to be deemed an ophthalmologist. So what we are getting here now, and then the thing about it, these are doctors that are trained here in Alabama, trained at UAB, you know, in UAB. One of something that I learned about from the standpoint when I was fighting and dealing with my wife with a breast cancer, that people don't realize how well renowned UAB is as a research hospital. So, you know, we've got a great research hospital in our state, a great research hospital that are training the optometrists. They're going to go out and do the procedures. We are well set, well proficient to make sure, and you know, and then like Representative Daniel said, I can assure you in the medical career, if the people who provide the malpractice insurance are not jumping up and down, I think we have absolutely nothing to worry about. And I think we will do well to move forward and make sure this bill passed, and that we as the legislature of Alabama provide these healthcare options to the citizens of our country, to our citizens of our state, and make it available to everyone so they can get quality eye care in a timely manner. And by the way, when we talked about my procedure, it took me 6 weeks to get in to see an ophthalmologist. And fortunately, I was able to, being specific, you know, it was a 4-week time period, but a 4-week time period that worked well, that we was on spring, during our spring break, that I was able to get the medical procedure. And then, you know, and when I was in, the hospital said, you know, they went through all the things, pain in my arms and stuff like that, and, you know, and did that. So it was a full effect. And that's what I expected. And they did a very good job. But I just hope now that we will recognize it does not require surgical procedure for every treatment or everything that we got to do, and we can make a difference for the citizens of the state of Alabama. Thank you for this.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Houston, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You know, I saw the vote, and I fully expect this to pass. And there's been a tremendous amount of work. You said you've been working on this 7 years, and the last several years I've been involved in it. But I would like, and I feel confident this will pass. I do want you to take note for this. Expansion of scope is a very serious thing for future. I'm not talking about this one, but for future expansions of scope, it is very, very important that we understand what we're allowed in physicians to expand to. So I want to make that very, very clear, because I'm sure there will be other bills that will come in front of us with expansion of scope. I, as Chairman of Health, Mr. Speaker, have changed some rules
in our health committee of how we're going to deal with the expansion of scope, to make sure that we do our homework, that we have a committee that allows some defined conversation of what has happened over the last 15 or 20 years. One, of what their education has changed in the last 20 years. Two, what technology has changed. And so all I do with, not talking about this bill, but I just want to make it clear that there will be future bills that come, and we're going to do a more detailed, I guess, dive into exactly what has changed over the last 15, 20, 25 years. And you were very valid. It's a very valid point of what's changed. And there's always an opportunity, but we just need to make sure, one, the creed that we do no harm to the patient. That is very, very, very important. So just wanted to make that comment.
Well, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, I want to say to you, Tim, I appreciate your help on work. This has been 7 years in the making for me, and many times, this bill never made it to the committee, and I appreciate your diligence. I think it's really unfair that the legislature has to actually make some of these medical decisions because it's outside the purview of our experience. That's why I think it's so important and critical that the medical community come to the table and help us resolve this in a reasonable fashion.
Well, I think
I think that's what we have to do is get the experts around the table and come up with some reasonable guidelines, some reasonable policies that accomplish the goals, do not jeopardize people's safety or their health. That's not all the goal, but also allows expansion of and access to care where we can.
I think you nailed it. I think the worst thing that we can do is to do damage or do some kind of damage to someone's health. And there may be 3 people, 4 people, maybe 5 in this whole body of 105 that can give us the true facts of what is the right thing or the wrong thing. And we're always in the health committee, and I'll have to brag on my health committee. I think our health committee is the smartest committee in the bunch because they have to do the most help. They have to do the most work.
As a Ways and Means Committee
Can
Chairman,
our health committee stand up? The health committee, please stand up. Hey, give them a hand because they've been through a lot the last few weeks.
They have been.
My point is, I just do not want it to be the norm to expand scope. I want us to do our homework, and we're doing some things that are changing some ways to determine what's the right way to go. Because I think that it's very important to me. It's important to my mother and daddy that has passed, that lived close to be 88 years old. And most important is to my child and my wife. So I think we need to make sure that we make the right decisions, and we're going to start doing a little more in-depth study of those expansion of scope bills. It may take longer. Don't expect to bring an expansion of scope to the Health Committee in the House and it fly through. Just FYI for the future. Thank you.
Hey, sir, appreciate your leadership.
Mr. Chair, before you leave, I want to recognize the work that your committee has done, because I've been involved in these conversations for the last year and a half, and I think we all owe y'all owe applause for what you've done.
Thank you. That's for my committee. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery, Representative Hassel.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, let me just say, Representative Lee, that was well said, what he said.
Right.
But I'm gonna say this, I got concerns because I have a personal experience too with my optometrist. You know, I had a problem with my eye trying to figure out what it was, and she misdiagnosed me. And I reached out to an ophthalmologist, and he told me exactly what was going on, why I was feeling the way my eye was feeling. So let me have a quick question. You said they expanded their services in 1995. Do you know what those services were?
No.
Okay. Another question. What has any ophthalmologist has an ophthalmologist had to repair anything optometrists have done with those expanded services?
I can't answer that.
Okay. And see, and that's the thing that I'm concerned about, because if we expand services, right? And I don't get me wrong, I do understand it's needed in rural areas. And I do believe those services, but I'm afraid because we're expanding those services, it can cause more problems. And that's what I'm concerned. That's what I'm on the fence about. Because something simple as what I went through with the optometrist, that I had to go to ophthalmologist, yes, but I'm in Montgomery. So it's easy for us to get to ophthalmologist. But that's the thing that I'm worried about. And that's the thing that we should think about when we support this bill, or not support, however everybody vote. But it's just, that's what I'm concerned about, just when we expand these scopes, that it can cause problems. And they, again, have to go see an ophthalmologist because if they make a mistake or misdiagnose. That's all. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks, gentlemen. Question for the body now is final passage of HB 349. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 78 ayes, 6 nays. HB 349 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. And thank you, Health Committee.
Thank you, gentlemen. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Jefferson, Representative Rogers.
I'd like to take leave of the House to ask for a time sensitive resolution, Mr. Speaker, from the Senate. And I actually read it at length, okay? And it's under a good friend of ours, John T., and it's real sensitive. I want to do it today, and I think I'm going to ask for a silent prayer from everybody in the House, if you don't mind.
This question is for a time-sensitive resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Clerk, see the resolution.
Read. That's for read.
Whereas, with very special pleasure, we highly honor Mr. John Allison Teague Sr. for his numerous professional achievements. And whereas Mr. Teague was born on July 9th, 1944 in Childersburg, Alabama, to Mayburn and Ralph Teague, he is the father of Allison, Todd, and John, the husband of Tammy Teague, and the brother of Ralph Judson Jr. and Ashley Teague. And whereas Mr. Teague graduated from Childersburg High School in 1962, attended Jacksonville State University from 1962 to 1963, and attended the United States Fidelity and Guarantee School of Insurance in 1976. And whereas Mr. Teague served as a member of the Alabama House of Representatives representing District 55, Talladega, Childersburg, and Calhoun counties from 1974 to 1976, he was elected through a special election to the Alabama Senate in 1976, where he was reelected for 2 full terms. He was elected as President Pro Tem of the Senate by his peers in 1983. As President Pro Tempore, he was given a vote on every standing committee for the first time in Alabama history. He was elected as the most outstanding senator by his peers in 1984 and 1986. Served the state of Alabama Senate, District 19, Talladega, St. Clair, and Calhoun counties from 1976 to 1982, and served the state of Alabama Senate District 19, Talladega, Cleburne, Clay, Coosa, and Elmore counties from 1982 to 1986. And whereas Mr. Teague has been the recipient of many profound awards and forms of recognition, including being a charter member of the Board of Trustees for the Alabama Motorsports Hall of Fame from 1975 to 1987, being a member of the Board of Trustees of Troy State University from 1980 to 1992, where he served on the Executive Committee and the Athletic Committee, being recognized on the cover of Alabama Magazine as the most effective legislator in 1984, receiving the Lyndon Baines Johnson Political Freedom Award by the Alabama Democratic Conference in 1984, being granted a doctorate of human letters from Talladega College in 1984, receiving the University of Montevallo Area Public Official of the Year Award in 1985, being named Alabama Wildlife Federation Conservationist of the Year in 1986, and being the only person in the nation to receive the prestigious CIT Rebuilding America Award in 1988. In addition, Central Alabama Community College named its first ever scholarship award, the John Teague Scholarship Award in 1984. The bridge over the Coosa River in Childersburg was named the John A. Teague Bridge in 1987. And the Alabama Legislature and Board of Trustees of the Alabama Institute for the Deaf and Blind named the Student Center on the school's campus the John A. Teague Student Center in 1989. And whereas a man of unwavering selflessness and diligence who is passionate about serving others, Mr. Teague has inspired many throughout his lifetime as a remarkable leader. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that Mr. John Allison Teague, Sr. is highly honored for his numerous professional achievements, and we hereby dedicate this resolution to him with warmest appreciation, admiration, and regard.
And Speaker, everybody better has a moment of prayer for John. He's not doing too well right now. See, say a little prayer for him, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Can everybody, is this the Senate resolution? Can everybody sign on to it right now? The whole House be signing on this responsive.
It's a Senate resolution. No, we can't do that. We do need to adopt it, though.
Can you adopt it? Just to say everybody agree with me, though you can't sign on it. I wish you would do that, please.
Everybody in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, John, it has been received. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chair, recognize Chairman Baker for a moment of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the recognition. I do have a time-sensitive HR. This will be honoring Mayor Dewey Bondurant, our former Mayor Dewey Bondurant of Flomaton, served as mayor for the past 23 years, and a park that we dedicated with his name on that. So I would make a motion then to suspend the rules then to be able to take up this time-sensitive resolution and ask that all members, if there be no objection, be signed on as co-sponsors.
All those in favor of suspending it for the time-sensitive resolution, say aye. All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Clerk, let's call HB 379 back up, please.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 379 by Representative Stahagen relating to real estate.
Representative Stahagen.
Move for final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Talladega, Representative Robbins.
I have an amendment.
Okay, I'll get back. I have an amendment that I'd like to bring. And I think from our conversations earlier, it's a friendly amendment that.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 379 by Representative Robbins.
Representative Robbins, explain your amendment.
What it does is it provides an immunity to title insurers, agents, or settlement providers from any liability associated with Section 3A. It also says that it will not be construed to apply to any of the following, which means that if you are a citizen, entity, or company of Taiwan or a native of Taiwan, you can still buy property in Alabama. And it also provides an exception for those that are existing businesses or their expansion of an existing business on contiguous property. So if you own, let's say 100 acres and you buy 10 adjacent, you can do that if you're already here. So that's the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, it's a friendly amendment.
It's received as a friendly amendment. Representative Jackson, do you want to speak on the amendment? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. Question for the body is passage of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine, record the votes. 100 ayes, 0 nays. The amendment is adopted. Leader Stagen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for the recognition. I want to ask my colleague, what's your purpose for bringing this bill? I know we're looking at issues coming out of Florida, the same type issues when it relates to China. But you know, China has a great big golden dragon plant. Now that I've been gerrymandered into Wilcox County in my district.
Whereabouts? I used to live in your district.
In Sunny South. Sunny South, Alabama.
What county is that?
It's between Wilcox and Clark. Golden Dragon. They make copper tubings. Probably the only plant in the whole US of A that's doing that.
Okay.
And they're going to expand. They got several hundred people working up there. Rural Alabama.
Yeah.
Senator knows about that. Governor Riley was governor when we brought China into the rural neighborhood. And I think we're doing them a disservice when we try to penalize their movement, their activities of purchasing land. Do you have a record of how much land Russia has purchased in Alabama?
How much land Russia has purchased? No, sir.
But you know they have purchased some.
Have they?
I'm asking you.
I don't know. I'm not. This ain't.
But China is creating jobs.
I don't know about Russia. This ain't.
Well, I just asked the question.
But I will say, if you don't mind me replying.
I'm going to give you a couple seconds.
Thank you, sir, for that couple seconds. But if you look in the amendment that Mr. Representative Robbins just, this should apply to your company that you're talking about.
So
They should
the
be happy.
expansion.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay, well, see,
That's what this process is about.
I don't even think he mentioned the word expansion, did he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So if a existing company wants to expand, guess what?
They can do it.
Yes, sir.
With that amendment.
Yes, sir.
But I'm just thinking about the investment that the people have made in the state. And there's some happy people that are working in that plant that wouldn't be having the jobs if it had not been for that.
No, they wouldn't be, even if without this amendment, that company.
Kind of remind me of when we brought Mercedes into the state.
Germany.
But they didn't. They just wanted the money. They didn't want the culture to come with it.
Well, I don't know about that.
Until we freed the hops. Thank you so very kindly.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Washington, Representative Easterbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Golden Dragon plant is a real plant. It's done some good for that part of the world. They do produce copper tubing. But if you've never dealt with the Chinese, it's an eye-opening experience. I've been to the International Trade Commission twice in stainless steel and won against China both times. China is not here to make They target specific industries. That's what they go after. Losing money is not a big deal to China. That's how they provide jobs for their people. We proved in 2 different cases, and stainless steel is made from carbon, chrome, and nickel, all which are traded on the London Metal Exchange every day. There was not one day in the whole year that China could have purchased the raw materials to make stainless steel for the price that they were selling it for, much less the production cost and shipping it over here. When they target the industries, they target to kill the industry and take it over. And they have specific industries that they focus on. One is steel, the other is agriculture. I really do not want to see them get a hold of our agriculture land. They are dangerous long-term. They have a long-term approach. I've been to 2 international financial planning conferences where you had Fortune 500 people there and you had them from around the world. The U.S. companies, Japanese companies, German companies are talking about their 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, and 10-year plans. And China sitting there didn't say a word. We said, what about y'all's plans? They said, we don't do that crap. We do 20, 50, and 100-year plans. Our intent is to dominate the industry. We don't care how much we lose till we get everybody outside of the industry. That's their governmental approach. It's their welfare program. And in China, they don't have welfare. So they subsidize the jobs to produce income for their population. And once they take over the industry, they become very profitable. They're dangerous. Their outlook is completely different than ours. And when it comes to the leases, long-term leases is as common as it can be in industrial manufacturing. A lot of them actually prefer it because the life of a plant has a certain number of years. Some of them are chemical plant, 20 or 25 years. Steel plants, 50, 75 years. After that, they don't care about owning the land. I would say probably at least 50% of all industrial expansions or additions are a 99-year lease that they can get out of in 50 years. So I'm thankful for it because I've dealt with the Chinese and their interests are completely different than ours. So thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body is final passage of HB 375. Clerk will unlock machine. The members will vote.
Matt.
Clerk will lock the machine. Record the vote. 73 ayes, 23 nays. HB 379 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 358 with substitute by Representative Shaver relating to vessels.
Chairwoman Shavers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something that I discovered and that Representative Pettis had brought to my attention when working on other boating legislation, which this is not anything related to previous bills. This is something different. But what I found out is that under existing Alabama law, the violations for boating infractions are actual misdemeanors or felonies and carry those same penalties. So this would establish a new classification for a boating violation that would make a boating ticket the same as similar to a traffic infraction. The bulk of this, that's the main purpose of the bill. The bulk of the bill, the reason it's so lengthy is because in 2013, when ALEA consolidated the enforcement divisions, not all of the code sections were changed. So this changes those sections to reflect the consolidation of conservation and natural resources into ALEA and the naming of the Marine Patrol Division. Instead of it being Marine Police under Department of Public Safety, it's now Marine Patrol under ALEA. So all of those references have been changed and also references to the Secretary. And so it updates technical changes, updating the existing code language to the current style. Aaliyah also requested in this bill that there be 4 changes made to Alabama state law to make our law the same as federal law that's enforced by the Coast Guard. And those 4 things are certain horsepower requirements that are on motor vessels. Those only apply federally to the manufacturer of motor vessels, so it would strike that language from the state law. Also, in Alabama law, we currently require an emergency kill switch on vessels less than 24 feet in length with an open cockpit and a 750 horsepower motor. To make it equal to what is enforced on the coast and with the Coast Guard, it would change it to for vessels less than 26 feet with an open cockpit. And when that was adopted by the feds, it was in 2018. So older boats that it cannot be retrofitted, they are grandfathered in under that. Also, it would repeal some antiquated language concerning life jackets on sailboards, which is in conflict with the federal law. And then 2 other minor changes Aaliyah requested was currently if there's an accident on the lake or on the water, the people involved have 10 days to file a report. So this would change that to if the accident causes more than $2,000 in damage, that they report it within 24 hours. So that is the summation of this lengthy bill, and there is a sub, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Clark, Representative Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend the gentle lady for bringing this legislation because it's going to unify water, boating, and traffic violations on the water as it.
That is.
I asked the question in committee. When we have a moving violation. After so many, you get points on your license, or your license gets suspended. Could you explain the difference, or is there a difference here?
This creates a point system for vessel violations. It allows the Secretary of Aaliyah to assign points to the different violations and create the point system. And then those points would only apply to the vessel endorsement on a license. So it would operate the same way as traffic tickets do, but for the vessel violations only.
And I commend you again for the 24-hour reporting accidents, because a lot of accidents go unnoticed, unreported, and then lives have been lost, property has been damaged. But I appreciate you for bringing this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Question for the body now is passage of the BIR. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Recorded vote, 103 ayes, 0 nays. The BR has been adopted. Representative Shaver.
There's a sub.
Here to explain the sub.
Sure. There were 2 changes made in committee. I had a request from my circuit clerk who pointed out that the appeal time in district court is 14 days. We had in here that the court would report to Aaliyah the convictions within 10 days, but we're changing it to 15 so that it gives the time for the appeal time to pass so that there's not multiple reportings. Also, currently, if a county law enforcement officer writes a vessel citation, that money is split between the state general fund and the county general fund. So this language just retains that.
You heard the explanation of the amendment. Representative Bracy, you want to speak on the amendment? On the sub, it's sub, in the committee sub, I'm sorry. Representative Bracy, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the lady yield?
Yes.
I just wanted some clarity. I'm not gonna take the entire time. I was trying to read it. It's pretty thick. What's the penalties now and what are we trying to do? I'm just trying to get some clarity on that, just for my own understanding.
Well, the penalties now are actual misdemeanors or felonies that carry the same, unless it's specified differently in the law, it carries the same penalties as any other general misdemeanor or felony. Now, this does not change the felonies and the serious crimes like reckless operation, that's still criminal, BUI is still criminal, but just the general boating violations like mirrors, life vest, those kind of things. It changes those to a boating unclassified, just like a traffic ticket.
So what is it now for those types of violations?
There's some various ones. They have some various, certain offenses have a different penalty stated in there, and it can
But
be
it's criminal
like
instead of civil, is
Right,
what it is right
So
now?
it shows up on a background check. And so this would change that. And so then the penalties like up to $200, it can be up to $200 and up to 30 days in jail, just like a traffic ticket.
Okay, so it's treating it like a traffic ticket. So let's say someone's driving under the influence, and this is just for my personal understanding. So if someone has a motor vehicle infraction of driving under the influence, would that count against them as far as boating, driving?
No,
vessel?
no, it doesn't affect the vessel
So it doesn't affect that.
endorsement.
So if their license is suspended, they can still operate a vessel.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I had a bill to change that, to make them apply to both, but
But this bill right here is making sure that it don't, right? Like if a
it does
person
not. It
gets-
only applies to the vessel endorsement.
Right, so if a person is driving under the influence in a vessel,
It
then
does
it doesn't
not
have anything at all to do
on
with
their driver's license. No, it currently is that way, and this remains that way.
Okay. What happened with that other, are you thinking about bringing that back?
We'll
to be looked
see.
at again?
We'll see. I felt like this needed to be straightened out first.
Yeah, I'm not saying add it to this. I'm just asking because
Right.
I felt like that's something I could really see supporting.
I think that's worthy. So
Because
we'll
it seems
have to
like,
see.
because it seems like one infraction could, I mean, if you're driving a boat, you're probably gonna get in your car. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's a
That's
lot
right.
to it. You know what I'm saying? It's not like you just all of a sudden I'm sober now when I
agree.
crank my
It's a
truck up. You know what I mean? It's the
Lack
same,
of judgment and the
Right, and it
same
crosses over.
consequences of, risk of serious either injury or death, whether it's on the water or on the road. I agree with you.
Right. And so I'm happy to see that, some of the other, I was just making sure that we were not totally changing some of those harsher violations.
No, they remain.
penalties.
They remain.
Okay. All right.
Yes, I agree. The penalty should fit the crime.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. The question for the body now is the adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock the machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 104 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage.
That's the question for the body is final passage of HB 385. Clerk will unlock the machine and members will vote.
Mr. Speaker?
Clerk will lock the machine. Court votes 97 ayes, 0 nays. HB 358 has passed.
I was going to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the body. I appreciate the body.
Chair thanks the lady. Clerk, call next bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, House Bill number 287 with substitute by Representative Stringer relating to crimes and offenses.
Representative Stringer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the bill I brought 2 years ago. We passed 100% bipartisan in the House, went up to Senate, didn't have time to finish. But for those of you that don't remember, doxing is where you take someone's personal information, you put it out on the web with intent to cause them harm. At the appropriate time, I'd ask for the BR.
This is appropriate time. Question for the body is adoption of the BLR. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. BR is adopted. Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. We have a committee sub.
Here to explain the sub.
Yes, sir. There was some concerns from some people, since legislators are part of this legislation, that possibly by putting our information out, like our work phone numbers, work email, or our work address, that would interrupt someone trying to lobby a bill. So we addressed that by scratching that. And then we also took out locating and contacting.
You heard the explanation. The question for the body is adoption of the sub. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 104 ayes, 0 nays. The sub has been adopted. Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. I think we have a friendly amendment that is coming.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Morgan, Representative Yarborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I've got a friendly amendment here working with my man Shane here. And so the amendment just simply says that nothing in this act shall be construed to limit any of the following, which is political speech protected by the First Amendment, and then the publication of contact information of public officials by any individual or organization for the purpose of encouraging citizens to lobby the public official for or against any policy or legislative act. And for purposes of this subdivision, contact information means work address, work email, or work phone number. So what it does, it basically just says we continue with the same protections. We protect First Amendment speech, and we protect the proper means by which people can get a hold of their representatives and senators.
Yes, sir.
Clerk, see the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 287 by Representative Yarborough.
Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. This is a friendly amendment. At the appropriate time, would ask to adopt it.
This is the appropriate time for the adoption of the floor amendment. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will log machine, record to those. 97 ayes, 0 nays. The floor amendment has been adopted. Representative Stringer.
Yes, sir. At the appropriate time, I'd ask for final passage.
This is appropriate time. Clerk will unlock machine and members will vote. Clerk will lock machine, record the votes. 98 ayes, 0 nays. HB 287 has passed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Clerk, call HB 161 out of the basket.
Message from the Senate, Mr. Speaker. The Senate has amended as therein shown, and as amended is adopted the following House Joint Resolution and returned same herewith to the House of Representatives. House Bill 161 relating to the Insurance Department.
Representative Faulkner.
Mr. Speaker, there was a minor technical amendment just referencing the proper code section made to the bill in the Senate. I would move to concur.
You've heard the explanation to the amendment. Chair recognizes a gentleman from Mobile, Representative Bracy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I don't like for stuff to go too fast. So I think the proper thing at this point would probably be for you to refreshing us on the bill.
Yes.
And then we can get a better understanding of what the technical amendment is, because just voting like this, I don't think that would do justice to this piece of legislation. I know you're proud of it, so I want to hear you talk about it a little.
Sure. Representative Bracy, this is the insurance department bill I was carrying for them that dealt with the publication in newspapers that we allowed them to do it by posting on their website. And the code section that was referenced in the bill, it was wrong. It had a number off, is what I understand. So they just had to make that the proper code section.
So it's merely just a technical.
Yes, sir.
No surprises. Just
No surprises. No, sir. We passed this out.
I know how we passed it. I'm just making sure because it's back now. So it's
That's right.
necessarily
That's right.
saying that it left.
That is all it does. And as the bill sponsor, I would not pull any games on you. I represent to the public and to this body and to you that it's just a technical amendment, and that was it.
All right. Well, thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate the due diligence, truly.
Question for the body now is concurrence of HB 161. Clerk will unlock machine. Members will vote. Clerk will lock machine. Record vote. 99 ayes, 1 nay. We have, the House has concurred. Chair recognize the gentleman from Coleman for a moment of personal privilege. Representative Harbison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to remind the members, I know Representative Wadsworth mentioned Taiwan a little bit ago. And they made a major investment across our country. I know they spent over $1 billion in Arizona, and they've had several investors from Taiwan looking in the Southeast here lately. And tomorrow evening, we've got a reception with the Taiwan Director General from the consulate in Atlanta, and it'll be in room 200 starting at 5 o'clock tomorrow. So I wanted to remind everybody we need to give them a warm welcome if we can, and try to get them to Alabama, because they are looking and got a lot of citizens there looking to invest. So 5 o'clock tomorrow at room 200.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the lady from Macon, Representative Warren, for a time-sensitive resolution. A personal privilege. I'm sorry. I got my notes mixed up. I'm sorry about that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, y'all, the day has finally arrived. On Thursday, we will be celebrating our Delta Sigma Theta Incorporated Day in the State House. And that's when, you see ladies up there every now and then in red, but wait till Thursday. I mean, those ladies gonna shine brighter than anything you've seen in red, okay? So we're asking all of you to please join us on Thursday and wear some red and join us as we celebrate here in Montgomery. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the lady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mobile, Pro Tem Pringle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Cattle Drive, the Cattlemen's Association Steak and Spirits, tomorrow, May 10th at 5:30 at the Cattlemen's Building. You are all invited. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in adjournment.
Before we stand and adjourn, I think the Rules Chair wants to make an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick note from the Rules Committee. We are building a consent calendar, and if you have a bill that you feel that will qualify for that consent calendar, then you need to get with Representative Warren this week, and we'll be shooting for possibly May 25th. So if you have a bill that's hanging out there that you think would qualify for that, please see me or Representative Warren as soon as possible. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You heard the motion from Pro Tem Pringle. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are adjourned.